tonight. Welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, or Stars International. And away we go for the evening. We've got a really good evening planned tonight. Paolo Fiora, actually, will be our guest this evening. And he's from the UK, as you know, and he will have a lot of different views on the way they handle things in the UK. And I think they're a lot tougher on, we'll say, 10 Downing Street and the Parliament than we are on our local governments and state government and the White House. So it'll be interesting to hear exactly how they do handle things over there, because it's been really, I don't know, stagnant in terms of legislature. Not for the bills that are being put together, but just for the activity that's actually going on. And I have a couple of different ideas which I will repeat throughout the evening. The first idea is I would like to initiate a buddy system between the UK and the US in the hopes that we can form a strong bond, trading tactics and information. And I would like to do this one-on-one. If Paolo could come up with a list of TIs in the UK, and we can match them to people in the US one at a time. So you'd be sort of email buddies. That way there we could slowly unite the UK and the US and close that 3,000-mile distance that's between us. That way there we could know in an instant what's going on in the UK, the same as we do calling a neighborhood store or market, whatever. But I'd like to see that happen, because there are so many secrets and different ideas that they use in the UK, and we might have a few over here that they don't know of. So I think it should be really great. But tonight we'll get to find out what goes on in the UK firsthand. So how's everybody been? I see we got Claire, we've got ABC, we've got waiting for name, and we've got waiting for name again, myself, and callers. So, as I've said, this should be a really interesting evening. We have Paolo Fiora from the UK, and he's going to spend some time with us. And it should be really interesting to see the way things are handled in the UK. And I know I've tried to initiate gatherings in Washington and come up with zero, because the TIs don't have the money to travel to Washington, number one. Number two, most of them really don't want to go there. And after seeing what my cell phone did in Washington, it's not my favorite place to go either. I think we can make more progress if we stick to our state governments and work on Capitol Hill in each state. And that is a place that we can make a difference without traveling, 8 or 9 or 10 hours. I mean, your state house is, I'm sure, a lot closer than Washington, D.C. is. But if we do something in Washington, I'm going to fly in because my butt was sore by the time I got home the last time. But it was fun anyway. We got a chance to see some Washington sights, and we got a chance to meet some Washington people. And we had a chance to see how bloody awful the city looks once you get away from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It really is not a very pretty city. So, once again, what I'd like to do is initiate a buddy system between the UK and the US, 2 people at a time. 1 person in the UK, 1 person in the US. That'd be 1 buddy team. And if we get 50 from each side to participate in this, we'll know what's going on everywhere. And something very terrible happened today that a lot of people don't know. It took me by surprise. Hamas declared war on Israel, firing 330 missiles, sending thousands of Israelis to bomb shelters. So that took major news, such as CNN, did not have that as breaking news. I know it happened like probably 7 or 8 hours ago now, but it still should be first and foremost on the news front.
It could be.
Yeah, but it's not. Caller 2, were we moving out? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll mute you just until you get yourself settled in, because I know what that's like. And feel free to unmute yourself. Just hit *6. And I'd like to say something about how cagey the United States is with the news agencies that we have. Now, in Canada, we installed some billboards in Vancouver. We installed billboards on, well, actually the train version of the billboard. And the media reacted. Not immediately, but they did react. Now, if you notice in the United States, we've had billboards everywhere, and the press has not reacted at all. See, they're not being as foolish as the Canadians. I was hoping that they would be. I'd like to see some negative press, a whole bunch of it, so that we can answer it. But that's not the case so far. But there are a lot of small town papers out there, and a lot of small radio stations that are bound to pick up the news, like out in the middle of Apache Junction, Arizona. So I think we'll see some action. And good evening, Claire, Laura, and T.I. Lynn. And once again,
Linda?
Hi, how you doing?
Hi. I'm okay. How are you doing?
Not bad. So we got Linda already.
Mm-hmm.
Ella said she was going to join us as well.
That's great.
Okay, Linda, I was just speaking with everybody on initiating a buddy system between the UK and the US.
Yeah?
And I think if we take like 50 TIs and match their email addresses up with 50 more in the UK, gradually we'll start to pull the UK a little closer together than 3,000 miles, so that we'll know what's going on over there. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how many TIs there are, but I know there's a lot. because they have quite a movement over there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, so I think that's something that we should do.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Somebody is sure enjoying calling you when your call is on, aren't they? If
yeah,
that was yours.
yep, it was. I think they would. It stopped. Maybe they butt dialed or something like that. I don't know. Actually, that's not done anymore with these smartphones. So, but yeah, so it should be an interesting evening. Paolo should be on here at just about 9:30. And Linda, did you hear what Hamas did to Israel?
No. What did I
330,
miss?
330
Yeah.
missiles launched. And I guess they're the equivalent of our Patriot missile system got 60 of the missiles, and some fell short, and some did hit Israel, and 11 people were injured.
Mm-hmm.
So that was returned by Israeli strikes, Air Force strikes, naturally with our own planes, so they were very good.
So did they kill people?
Yeah, 2 were killed. There was an initial skirmish, and uh, there were 2 killed, I guess, on the Hamas side, and that initiated the 330 missiles. I guess it started out as 100, and then climbed up all the way up to like 330. But
So Israel struck first?
no, Hamas struck first.
Okay. Huh.
So
Well, I wish that war would end. That's pretty crazy, I think.
yeah, it is. Israel hasn't been very nice to anybody either. So
Oh, no, they haven't.
I don't like.
Especially,
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead, Linda.
I'm just saying. Well, they've been shooting. I mean, they shoot little kids in the back. You know, they've got videos where you see the kids running and they go down. And I just think you can't do that.
Yeah, I saw him take there was a video. It was, I don't know, to me it was too graphic to be even on Facebook, but it was on there. And 2 guys, one grabbed the guy's shoulder and the other grabbed the guy's wrist until they pulled his arm taut. And then a third guy broke his arm with a rock. I mean, it's just.
Cruelty is amazing.
I can't believe the depths that they sink to. But who knows what this guy did? Was it worth that? We don't know.
Right.
But
yeah. What could be worth that? What do you get out of causing horrible pain?
I have no idea.
The issue of Yemen right now and what's happening with those children. They bombed a school bus, wiped out 31 little school kids. What is going? I mean,
yeah.
Who does that? I just think it's the saddest thing.
They hit a school bus over there with an anti-tank weapon, and they just incinerated it, turned it to tinfoil. So, it's just unreal.
With
Hi, Melinda.
31 little ones in there,
Exactly.
I mean, my God, what did those little kids ever do to deserve that? This is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't get war. I just don't get it. I don't think it makes sense.
War is a part of life over there. Once you're 5 years old, they put a pistol in your hand or let you try and hold a rifle. So.
Yeah, but we're financing a great deal of that.
Yeah. None
we're
of it's right anywhere, but they hate Americans, and there's got to be a reason for it. Maybe the administrations past know what that is, but we don't know what the reason is.
Yeah, but they're not here trying to bomb us. It's like they're there. I mean, it's really sad. I just don't think we need that.
Yeah, well, that's our advantage.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's our advantage. We're not close enough for them to do it, or else they would. Yeah. Believe me.
We have to figure out who would.
Yeah, exactly.
which of those groups would. I don't know. It's hard to say. We are, we're selling huge munitions to the Saudis, and uh, great, it's great for money. But look at these kids. My God.
Yeah. Okay, from the chat, a hearty welcome to Mama Dot. Welcome. And I hope that you take away from this evening what you need to, because this is a laid back, friendly call, and we trade information, and we're all getting pretty close as the years go by. And we're bringing a stop to this thing one way or another. And things are happening by leaps and bounds. So I think there could be an end very soon. And it's going to come with, I don't think it's as strong as Catherine Horton says, like by shooting down satellites, but it might come to that if the satellites are from a foreign power and they're hurting us.
Yeah, Karen mentioned, I think Karen said that she thinks that it's going to be pretty much coming to a halt very shortly, like maybe by the end of this year.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be nice,
Yeah,
that would be wonderful.
well, I've been saying that for quite some time.
Yeah, you have. Yeah.
And my reasoning is quite clear, and there are too many indicators everywhere that point to it. If you look in the government, there's shake up there. If you look in manufacturing, they're manufacturing the very things that the perps use for public use.
Yeah.
And then we have the Cuban and the Chinese incidents that are all pointing the finger. And I've noticed that the U.S. government has clearly tried to back out from under these things, but they are not able to do it. They can only back out so far.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got too much.
Yeah.
We've got too much. And Edward Snowden just came out with his report that is being included with the Electric Freedom Foundation's lawsuit that they filed, I think, in 2011 or around there. And the government has been trying to get it dismissed for a long time now, but California would not allow them to dismiss it here. Ninth Court of Appeals, I guess, is here, and they wouldn't allow them to. And Edward Snowden's document is because the government was saying, well, that's not legitimate. How do you know it's a legitimate document? You don't know. And Edward Snowden just handed them a verified,
Notarized,
document. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Thank you. A document stating, yeah, it's true, all right. He gave names, dates, times of everything, pages of it. That thing must have taken him a long time to put together. But he really, they can't get around him. They can't get around that.
No, they can't.
That was their only stand, was that they didn't have anything to back up what the EFF was saying, and now they have it. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, I need a copy of that. I've asked a couple different people to give me a copy of that, and I didn't seem to be able to, or don't seem to be able to find it for some reason. So
I've got it somewhere, and when I find it, I will send it to you. Okay?
Okay, I appreciate that.
My old computer. I'm using my old computer because my new one went down, so I'm using my old one. It's not quite as organized, but I'll figure it out. I'll find it.
Yeah, I think I told you I had to get a new phone because I got sick of all the names dropping off of my contacts. So I'm sitting there with a bunch of numbers trying to figure out, okay, this might be. So that's done with, I think, now.
Good.
So
yeah, it's a little annoying when they forever getting in your. They will not allow me to keep records. Won't do it. Won't let me do it. I've gone through many computers trying to get that done, and they just won't allow it. So it is what it is.
Yeah. And just for your own information, the U.S. Army has just pulled down a informational site on Voice to Skull. They've just pulled it down. So I don't know. I don't know whether that's because it's outdated or because they're just not interested and it's coming down. But this is all simultaneously happening with everything else that's going on. Like I say, they're sort of backing out from under everything.
Yeah, forego liability.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they don't want that out there. Yeah, connected to them.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Good news.
How you doing, Ken? News. Yeah, that is great news. Okay, and I had something else I wanted to bring up too. Oh, Congress is pressing for an exact timeline for these Cuban attacks. They want an exact, right down to the minute, timeline for when these attacks started. And I think that's probably about the most ridiculous request, because it's been happening since, what, 2016. Okay, they can probably get a timeline for that, but
they didn't know. They didn't know it was happening.
Exactly.
Right?
In China, they didn't know it was happening either. They just got incredibly ill.
Wow.
Obviously not victims of V2K as yet, but that may be coming. I know that they are still under attack while they're in the United States. So at this point in time, you're going to have, a whole lot of people complaining and saying, okay, I was a U.S. diplomat. What are you going to do for me? Okay, they're going to get some answers. Okay, and at the same time, we'll get some answers maybe, because I'm sure everybody's tired of this. And
there's a lawyer in Washington, D.C. that is representing 8 of them. His name is Mark Zaid, Z-A-I-D.
Right, I've heard that name.
Yeah, he is representing 8 of them. And I contacted him, and I asked him if he wanted a bunch more clients, and he said, well, not right now. Right now, all I'm dealing with is the people that were injured that worked for the government. But he made it very clear, not now. He left that wide open for the future. I just wanted you to know that. There is somebody out there that may, and he's not afraid of anything. He's great. He's got an incredible history. This is a good guy.
What about John Whitehead and the Rutherford Institute?
I don't know him. I don't know anything about him.
Oh, I've been trying to get him as a guest on the show, but to do it, we have to do a taping in the middle of the day. So I've been trying to run over a time of the day when I can get some people together. But I guess the thing to do is try and schedule it and then go from there.
Yeah, couldn't hurt.
Yeah. Hi, Laura from Colorado.
Hi, Laura.
Linda can't say enough about him. Linda Goldthorpe.
Yeah.
Yeah, she. Is that her? Okay. Yeah. So I don't know the institution myself, but she can't say enough about them. I don't know.
What I like to see is how the insurance companies react to those victims of the Cuba and China diplomat deal, and just what would they grant as coverable under the policy. It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
I think it's everything. I don't think there's anything that they won't be covered for, including a lifelong illness, if that's what comes of it. And if the attacks continue, they're going to have to stick right with it. And that'll be a perfect model for us to go by. And we can follow what happens
right.
and hope that the diplomats really don't get hurt too bad. It's a terrible way for something to come to the surface, but God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. Got to take blood before the law changes. Always has.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 1,000% with that. Does anybody have something they'd like to share before Paolo gets here?
Yeah, the 200-year plan.
Yes.
I haven't read it yet, but it just came out. It's supposedly about this and leading up to this, and Ted Gunderson's friend wrote it. Noel, his last name is failing me right at the moment. Anyway, the 200-year plan. I'm gonna read it. I'll let you guys know.
Okay, that sounds great. And I think you just got in here, Laura, along with a whole bunch of people. But it sounds like something that's right up your alley, Laura, because what I'd like to do is set up a buddy system between the US and the UK and share email addresses until we have 200 or 300 or 400 people that are sharing daily emails or, once a week or something like that with people in the UK.
That is so up my alley. That is so awesome to be doing. My communication is 70% at best online. So I can help as much as I can, as much as I'm able to with that.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, Paolo, you on yet?
I just got on, Craig. How you doing?
Okay, how you doing?
All right. How many people you got on right now?
Oh, not too many. It's 9:24:01.
Okay, no, I want to make an announcement, but I know you got a guest coming. So what time is he coming?
9:30.
Okay, I can do it after he gets off if you want, or you want me to do it. I can do it after.
Okay, whatever you think. Go right ahead, Paula. Go ahead.
Lewis Rowe, the one that planned the TI Day on August 29th, is planning a springtime rally for targeted individuals on April 27th. It's not just for his town. He wants to do it for like globally, like he did before. I just got off their call. Him and Earl is the planners, and it's for August 27th, and they're gonna change anybody that's on their Facebook page that was for the August 29th one is gonna be changed to springtime rally. They also still planning August 29th of 2019, but they want to do a springtime one in between. And we was just doing some planning on things that they want to do and what they want to use. But I just wanted people to know that they are going to plan a TI Day for August 27th. I'm sorry, April 27th. April 27th. Springtime.
Okay. Lewis will be on here. Lewis will be on here as soon as his show concludes, if he's not on here already. And that's a fan. It's a fantastic.
He didn't tell me that.
Oh, yeah. Well, anytime we have a special guest, the same texts go out every day.
Okay.
Every time
he might come on. He can announce. He may announce it too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I just told him I was. Okay.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, and I mentioned earlier, a lot of people probably haven't even heard this yet because it was a total surprise to me, but Hamas declared war on Israel today, firing 330 missiles, sending thousands of Israelis to bomb shelters. None of the major news companies actually even picked it up. It was really brief. So, I'm not Jewish, but I really wouldn't like it if a part of England was bombed. You know what I mean? So, and I'm sure that there are a lot of other people that feel the same way.
Yeah, Frank, but usually what happens is all those rockets fall in some empty field somewhere.
Well, that's what happened.
Or it hits a vacant building like it's all planned, to act out some kind of a war thing going on when nothing's happening at all. And then when CBS News went over there on the Palestine side and was checking out in one of the buildings, they were the ones who got bombed, but nobody else got hurt during all the bombing. So
yeah, that happens. That's usually the case. This time, 11 Israelis were actually injured. I don't know to what extent. I hope it wasn't serious, but there were 11 injuries. Okay.
Antiwar.com is a good place to go check out the latest on those kind of incidences, by the way.
Okay, Paolo is here.
Okay, let me know if you are able to hear me properly.
Okay. You need to just dial your volume down a little bit.
Okay, I'm trying to find a way of doing that. Let's see. Yeah, go to settings.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Paolo, the floor is yours for as long as you want it. What we usually do is a question and answer session afterwards, and you are welcome to, end your presentation and go into Q&A anytime that you would like, and I'm sure everybody will go right along with that. Now, I'm going to leave the room muted for a time, unless everybody can really be quiet, because I really hate muting the room, because a lot of people walk into a muted room now and they just walk right out. But go ahead, you've got the floor.
So the main thing is for me is I would like to talk about layers, London and Stoke, and what we have been doing in London for the last 10 years plus. Even though at the moment, unfortunately, are rather quiet on this front, and there's been a bit of loss of support over time, and so there is. It's more like 2016, 2017. We've been having a lot of meetings and protests and events and vigils and.
Did we lose you, Paolo? Yeah, I think we did. Okay, Paolo, you want to try speaking again? He can't hear us.
Even when things were a little more quiet, there were always at least maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 people attending, and then something seemed to have been happening towards the end of 2017, which was in relation with the Julian Assange situation. I've been quite an early supporter of Julian Assange, because even before he went into the Ecuadorian embassy in 2012, I remember on a number of occasions I was already joining his supporters when he was still a free man. Well, up to a point, he was out on bail, but outside Westminster Magistrate Court, I was there with his supporter even before he went into the embassy. Then I was often outside the embassy with his supporters, and I was there today. The Ecuadorian foreign minister came to London to announce that Julian did get asylum. He was granted asylum, so I was there. I was there on the main occasion, and then after a couple of years, actually, Julian stopped making any kind of appearance at the balcony. I don't know if that it was because he didn't want to, he didn't want to upset the British government, or if they were concerned about his personal safety. But in the first couple of years, every time I was making an appearance at the window, I was there outside with these other supporters. And then toward the it was in August last year, in August 2017. I came up with this idea of having, apart from joining his other supporter, a number of different videos, I came up with this idea of having just a small number of targeted individuals outside the embassy, because his windows are very close to the street, basically. So the embassy is it's this posh building in Knightsbridge, just around the corner from Harrods, and the embassy is on the ground floor, basically. So the Julian windows, they are very close to the pavement, they're very close to the street. So if you go out there with the megaphone, is very likely to be able to to hear what you have to say. So I came up with the idea of having a number of target individuals out there. As a result, the video have been on, at the time we posted all the video of online that have been watched quite a number of times, including there were some live video on Facebook and other videos. I came up with the idea of being out there and with a megaphone, which we did on 3 different occasions between the end of August and beginning of October last year, and to shout like, Julian, please help us expose organized stalking and electronic harassment. Julian, please Google organized stalking and electronic harassment. Julian, you may be a victim of electronic harassment too. So on the first occasion, there was maybe 4 or 5 of us. Yeah, I was there with the megaphone, quite loud. It didn't show itself in any way, because by this time, long before this, it stopped making any appearance either at the window or on the balcony, or it stopped years before. So it was never showing itself for quite some time. But so it didn't make any appearance. We were quite loud, so I thought it's probably able to hear what we were saying. Then similarly, maybe after a couple of weeks, we had another one, and there was again 3 or 4 or 5 fellow target individuals with me. And then on the third occasion, which was, I think, either at the end of September or the first day in October, I had a horrific night. I mean, I was tortured all night with direct energy microwave weapon. I managed to drag myself there in time, as I did create an event. And there was no one there, so I was there on my own. And so I went on. I carry on regardless. I stayed there a couple of hours with my megaphone, as always, shouting out the messages. And the target individual support you. You may be one of us, and etc., etc. And then after that, in my life, everything, I mean, everything starts to unravel. I mean, so I have to think that's where it's a bit like when all kind of things starts to go wrong in my life, because after that, I was still trying to organize events outside Parliament, and ending up most of the time being there on my own. So basically, I kept organizing them until maybe the beginning of this year, like January, February, then I just gave up. I mean, I just gave up, not being outside Parliament, but try to organize events, try to spend a lot of time and energy organizing events, because then a lot of people events, it became at this point very difficult to raise them, to be able to speak to them. I was like, usually I was organizing an event, and the night before, the day before, I was picking up the phone and ringing up a number of people to remind them, to encourage them to. And then it started that I was most of the time finding myself talking to an answering machine or to a voicemail, and unlike before, and most of the people so I was leaving messages. Usually, not always, but then people become kind of difficult to get people to get back to me. So at this point, I start to about February. I was keep trying in January and February. At the end of February, I resolved to start doing things on my own. I mean, rather that trying to organize events that no one was coming at any time. I was coming to the point of maybe stopping altogether to doing any kind of activism. I resolved I think I need to downgrade things a bit for the time being, keep doing things on my own, because it's a lot easier. Sometimes the fellow target individual know that sometimes when you organize something or you have to be somewhere at a certain time, that you become it's like putting a kind of crosshair on your back. So the night before, if you try to get some sleep and things, so by organizing event, I was making myself a bit of a sitting duck, right, for many things to happen. And so I resolved to start doing things on my own, which I've been doing quite a lot. Sometimes I go down to Central London maybe once or twice every week, sometimes even 3 times every week if there is something, and including being outside Parliament. Just the last week, Parliament has been on recess for just 1 week. I don't know why, but they've been back today. So I probably maybe Wednesday, when during Prime Minister question time, I'm going to be down there outside with my slogan and with my placard, with my literature. But I think when I started doing this thing about trying to connect because I was thinking a bit cynically maybe, but I was thinking if you manage to connect the targeted issue to the Julian Assange issue, which is something which is very well known and it's getting a lot of attention. Maybe we can also, one way or the other, we can also raise the profile, the interest for the targeting issue. That was also I was in a way it seemed to work, because we make a lot of video about us being outside the embassy. They've been watched thousands of times, and I even after these I contacted a Russia Today London journalist, quite high profile, which is on Russia Today every night, and I managed to arrange a several hours meeting in which I was. I try to explain a bit of. It seemed very sympathetic, but then even when during whilst we were talking, I knew that it was not going anywhere. I don't think it's toward the end, because they, I can see Russia Today touching his subject. I mean, it's I think there has been in the past. RT Spain, I think, in the Spanish language, they did an half an hour little documentary with Daniel Estulin and Magnus Olsson, but that was a one-off thing. I mean, so it is. But anyway, so I seem to raise some interest. But with some people which normally possibly would would have been interested in looking into targeting, but I also seem to have been getting a lot of malevolent interest from a lot of other people, because after that, my life, my quality of life is, there's a lot of small thing happening, and I feel I'm somewhat a different person to the person I was just 12 months ago, in terms of escalation of harassment, where I live, in my block of flat, and everywhere, and so yeah, so it seemed really some people were really determined after that to kind of pull the plug on our activities. And I don't know what kind of pressure they may have been able to exert on all the other people coming to our events, or I don't know, but some of them completely disappeared. I mean, there was this guy Ahmed, was very regular to our protest meeting. All of a sudden, I was calling. I was speaking to an answering machine, and then it was not getting back to me very. It was quite out of character, and then after a while, the number was completely disconnected. So, yeah. So I mean, yeah. So I think something. Really, some people get really upset about my trying to connect the targeting issue with the Julian Assange issue, and that's something, something quite strange happened. That happened. We were outside the embassy up to the beginning of October. Then I went back one more time after. When his communication were being completely cut between March and for 6-7 months after March, or until recently, by the Ecuadorian government. So I didn't really want to be out there, because I thought the poor guy is probably already very distressed, and because I've been living there like a prisoner for up to 7 years now. Then in the last 7 months, he was unable to access the internet. He was unable to make telephone calls. He was unable to receive visitors apart from his legal team. Even then, I heard rumors that actually they were being quite funny about the people at the embassy about his legal team, so they were trying to be obstructive. And so I thought, in this situation, if I'm out there with a megaphone, even though I'm making a way clear that we support him, but when you're in this kind of claustrophobic situation, everything happening on the outside may be perceived as some kind of somewhat threatening. So after I heard that this communication had been restored, which was maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. So I went there one more time. But then I found out later that actually his communications being restored was more like a PR stunt by the Ecuadorian government. Then actually they say that they were being quite funny about allowing visitors, and so they were dragging their feet about the internet and everything. So I mean, but at the time, I thought, oh, now everything's back to normal, so I can be out there again with a megaphone. I did that once, maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. And then something quite interesting happened with Julian Assange, which just before getting all his communication cut off, he did have this interview with Russia Today, with Raptly. It's quite interesting because at the end of the interview, he was asked about what he thought about his, coming and, or maybe not just coming, a ever pervasive Internet of Things, so-called. His reply was quite strange and bizarre, because he started to talk about that. That's I shared a little video of his interview on Facebook. It's been watched by quite a number of people. He said, quite out of character, because I don't think I ever heard him, mention this kind of subject before. He said that we are all surrounded by some sort of, that's his words, some evil intelligent dust, which is being activated by the mobile phone network, GCM network, and that is interacting with it somewhat with all the electromagnetic soup which surround us from every side. So I thought that was a bit out of character for Julian Assange, because it does sound more like the work of Ilana Freeland than Julian Assange. Then also the way he expressed himself was probably not the, it could have been, say, like nanoparticles, or heavy metal nanoparticles. Instead, he said, literally, he said evil electronic dust. So I thought quite strange. And then I thought that sounded a bit like someone being targeted with, with electronic harassment, which who is tentatively trying to make some sense of what is happening to them. Like, one of the Julian Assange would be enormously knowledgeable in many different things, in many different areas, like geopolitics and cryptography. But if you don't know anything about electronic harassment, all of a sudden you have to deal with electronic harassment. Then what happened? You tentatively try to get your head around what's happening to you, try to understand what's happening to you, come out with so instead of saying like nanoparticle, you said like evil. No, you didn't say electronic, you say evil intelligent dust. So yeah, that's what I thought, because I thought like actually what it's been there in the embassy for now up to 7 years. We know that he was, you may say that he was a victim of organized stalking, because we know that we know for a fact that it's been reported by some of his friends, and that sometime at the beginning at night the police was throwing either stone against his window to keep him awake, to harass him. And then after that, he tried to persuade the persuade the Ecuadorian people at the embassy to let him have a little disused room in the background to sleep there at night, so to have some peace and quiet. But we also know that so it's been targeted with some form of organized stalking. That's all we know. There's probably a lot of things we don't know. And then we know that just the night before, a decision was due on the part of the Ecuadorian government as to whether he was going to be granted asylum. We know that all the police was conducting drills outside on the fire escape all night long outside his window, running up and down the entire night. We think that may have been a message to the Ecuadorian government to the effect that if you are going to grant asylum, we are going to storm the embassy and we're going to publicly humiliate you, so you're better advised not to grant any asylum. So, but nevertheless, the following day, I was there outside the embassy. The foreign minister came to London. It was announced that asylum has been granted, etc. So we know Julian has been subjected to, but like Peter Santilli said when there was his day-long radio marathon about targeting. The way we are living at the moment, we are all targeted. If you in different ways, if you're a whistleblower, you get targeted. You have all kind of thing happening to you. If you are a political activist, you get targeted. But even if you are, an ordinary person in a job, you like complain about your working conditions, you get targeted. So it's more like we are moving all the information all the information we're getting every day about the activity of the what I call the deep state and the security state. We're all we're all targeted. We all, at the very least, we're all potentially targeted. So we know Julian has been subjected to various forms of organized stalking. Yeah, during his residing in, at the time he's been residing in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, it's only stand to reason that he may have also been subjected to, to electronic harassment. I mean, they really hate the guy because, what he's been doing, which basically provide a vehicle for all people which are like, have information about any kind of malfeasance but on the part of our government or big corporation to make this information public. So they really hate him. So, I mean, we'll be very surprised they, they give up on the opportunity to harass him electronically during his stay at the embassy. So it came out with it. I think the interesting thing is, that was the last interview he was able to give, because shortly after all his communication were being cut. And you have to wonder, I mean, he gave this interview, he started to talk about evil intelligent dust. I think probably not a very good way of referring to all the nanoparticles surrounding us. And then, then all his friends, his associates started expressing concern about his mental health. And immediately after that, all his communication just very shortly after that, all his communication were cut. So why, you may think, why? Well, I mean, to prevent him from talking about targeting, to prevent him from drawing attention to targeting, to preventing him from his position with his large following, and the fact that anything he may say may get quite a lot of attention in various media, to prevent him from blowing the whistle on targeting, to prevent him from, you have to wonder. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just put forward some hypothesis. He is that the various thing he said during this interview were like, you say, there is this. We are also. I think it's at the same time. He starts also to say thing about. In the same interview, he was saying like this generation is our generation is the last generation who will be able to enjoy any kind of freedom. So he was saying like in the future, with all this technology about spying, all the way they're able to, interfere with our life in subtle way, in a different way, subliminal messages, propaganda. So he was saying, this thing, I think he'd been repeating it quite a number of times in the last interview. He was saying, we are the last generation who is able to enjoy any kind of remaining freedom, because the next generation, it'll be curtain for the next generation. He said several times during, I think at the beginning of this year, during February, March, he made his statement. He repeated it in the last interview, and then he started talking about evil, intelligent dust. Okay, so so you have to wonder: did they cut his communication because? And then his friend, his lawyer, they start to express concern about his mental health, as you would expect, and thought did they cut his communication because he was like. Interfering with the politics, so interfering with the Catalonia situation, and maybe he made some statement about the Skripal affair and in this country. Was that the reason why they cut all his communications? That it didn't include the internet, the ability of making any telephone call, the ability of receive any visitors? Was that because he was interfering a bit in he made a few statements like about Catalonia, about the Skripal affair in this country, in Salisbury. Was that reason enough to cut all his communication, including or it was, or did they cut all his communication because they felt he was moving in the direction of, blowing the whistle on organized stalking and electronic harassment. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, so that's quite interesting to see how things are going to develop. I mean, in this, what happened, I believe, you can even blame Ecuador. Ecuador is just a small, impoverished country. And in the past, it used to be little more to the glorified U.S. colony. So, I mean, so it's quite amazing, actually, that they, in a way, managed to withstand so much pressure for 7 years. Sent all the story about the new president of Ecuador, which, is, that I think it's probably, I don't want to go into all that, but apparently is a bit of a piece of work. This guy is called Lenin Moreno. He was a former associate of the previous president, the one which was quite a friend of Julian Assange, and he granted him asylum, but they belong to the same party, but this new president is a completely different kind of guy. It's, as soon as he became president, he started causing up to all the neoliberals, all the business, big business at the United States, and it actually attended when he's member, because he's a member of a populist party, but when a member of his party, and the member of his, even member of his government, they start to criticize him for his moving toward policy of austerity and victimizing the people. They start to try to get them, to try to use the judiciary to get them, set them up with trump up charges of corruption and things. They even did it to his former, to the former president, the one Emmanuel Correa, the former president. He was a friend of Julian Assange. He granted him asylum. When he started to criticize the new president policy, it set him up with the corruption charges. Now Emmanuel Correa had to flee to Belgium to avoid being arrested. So yeah, it's a strange situation at the moment in Ecuador. Obviously, Julian Assange is also a victim of this change situation in the country. So yeah, so basically, as Julian Assange said, as Peter Santilli said during the radio marathon about targeting, we are all targeted, and as Julian Assange said in his last interview, we are the last generation. Unless we manage to do something about it, we are the last generation still able to enjoy any kind of freedom. So so yeah, I start also to the thing has become quite difficult with London and stalking, and at the moment it's like I went back to the drawing board, and at the moment I do things on my own, including but I always say to people, like, my telephone number is on my Facebook profile and about tab. And if you want to, contact me and say, like, oh, I would like to do something together, protest or something, they're most welcome. I'm very flexible about the timing, the location of the protest. But people, well, yeah, there's been some occasionally, but most of the time, people don't contact me, so I carry on doing things on my own, and it does include being outside the BBC Broadcasting House, being outside Parliament, outside Downing Street. I even, on one occasion, I even conducted a protest outside the quarter of the Labour Party. I'm not against the Labour Party in this country. I support the Labour Party, actually, to be honest, but but it is about, help us expose this abomination. Basically, you should do something. You should do something about it. So yeah, I've been outside City Hall. So yeah, I tend to rotate, and I'm outside Parliament. I managed to give away a few leaflets. I even occasionally manage to speak with people who appear to be member of Parliament, or but most of the time they seem to is almost like the you know, I'm really outside the main carriage entrance, just by the little side door for pedestrians. So every MP coming in and out, they just have to walk by me, and I'm quite loud because I shout and things like, you know, campaign of harassment, sanctioned by the authority, destroying innocent lives, quite loudly. But it seems like it is concerted effort to most of the time. Not always. I've been in a lot of conversation with people, and I've been giving away free leaflets. Most of the time, there's most like a concerted effort to ignore me. Like sometimes a little group of people or MP talking amongst themselves just a couple of feet away. Yeah, I'm shouting quite loudly, but it's like I'm not there. So it's like they making you know, determined effort to ignore me. So it's the same thing when I go. There is another location in front of Parliament, at the other end of Parliament, in front of the House of Lords, where all is a little green area called College Green, where there's a lot of media there, the TV crews, and sometimes there's something big happening. They have a marquee. They interview politicians there, so you get all the household name of politicians coming out. I try to get quite close to them with my placard, holding up my placard, shouting my slogan, and most of the time, it's like it becomes almost an habit. They completely ignore me, like pretend I'm not there. So yeah, that is the situation. I don't know if people maybe now want to ask a few questions.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, I'm going to unmute the room, and you're free to ask Paolo some questions.
Yeah. So, so what were you talking about as far as your country and our country? Is that right?
Yeah. I'm living in the United Kingdom. Yes. So,
I think he was speaking about probably correlations between the U.S. and the UK, and how we can bring ourselves closer together. Before you got on, Paolo, I had an idea.
yeah.
I wanted to initiate a buddy system,
Yeah.
2 TIs at a time, maybe 1 TI over here and a TI in the UK, exchange email addresses. And if
Yeah.
you multiply that by 40 or 50 people or more, we're starting to bring the 3,000 miles closer.
Yeah, you know, I think it's very good to have you know, big initiative like when we had the TI day at the end of August, and we managed to, you know, we in London we met in a speaker corner in Hyde Park, and then there were like 9 people there in the morning, but then by the time we get to the BBC, there were only 6 people left. So I tell you something about targeting individual. Now, I mean, so I'm all in favor to try to organize big events, and but I think also it's quite important at the other end of the spectrum to have people try to do stuff locally. I mean, if people can, I think it's also quite important to people to try to see in the location where they are living, to identify other TI which can be living nearby, and then try to establish some kind of relationship of trust, because that is also very important. The friendship and trust, and then if you get maybe just even a small number of people in a location which can really have a good kind of relationship, they can really trust each other, then that they can do really, even maybe 2, 3, 4 people that can do. Also, it's also important to have you know, to organize bigger thing, with more ambitious thing, which that is also very important. But also, I think it's quite important to, like, you know, it's like the philosophy of globalization, which I think is entirely wrong. Which way you respond to the ideology of globalization? To me, with the ideology of localization. Everything needs to start locally, be done with local people, for the local people, by the local people. So in a way, it's the same logic in a way. Like, you know, if you can get just 3-4 people like living close by and really having a friendly relationship and trusting each other, I think that may go very far. And then people can start, you know, contacting the member of parliament instead of like just being one person, it's 3 or 4 persons. And yeah.
Paolo?
Yeah.
I would concentrate on incident-based activism,
yeah.
because the location of an incident is going to be hot for 48 to 72 hours. And I live in Los Angeles, and if I was able to get up, I could have driven out to the restaurant and I could have passed out thousands of flyers.
Yeah.
And I could have perhaps gotten to somebody with some of the information before the news cameras got to him.
Yeah.
And it might have slipped and something might have come out during an interview.
Yeah.
But that is the time when people are interested and people are listening.
Yeah.
And there are large numbers of people that are drawn to those areas. I think that would be the most effective time to be an activist and conduct those activities. The problem is you don't know where the next location would be.
Yeah.
So you would have to be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's a good idea. This thing happen, maybe people, you know, may become more receptive. It's you know, I think, you know, it's a very strange situation, because I think I was like between my early teen and then my early 20 when I was at university. I think I was getting some kind of soft targeting. And then when I after the third year at university, I became quite political. And then at the end of the summer, I started to get some full-blown targeting then. But so I think during all the 10 years, I was 10 years plus, I was kind of soft targeted. I didn't really know what was happening to me. I knew there was something very wrong in my life, but I couldn't really put the finger on it. I couldn't really. By the same token, I spent some 10 years in my teen being soft targeting without having a clue what was happening to me. So by the same token, I think we have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people in hospital, in psychiatric hospital, in the military, in prisons, in all kind of institutions that get used, get targeted, get used for a kind of experiment that they probably, unless it's done intensively, unless it's done very aggressively for an extended period of time, they probably end up not having. They know something is wrong in their life, but they don't have a clue what's really happening to them. So I think, you know, that we have to target individual because they have been subjected to a very aggressive targeting for extended period of time. They get to some understanding of what is happening to them. But I think there are probably thousands and thousands of people out there who get victimized and trafficked and you know, even living in some sort of situation of slavery. They don't have a clue, you know, they don't have any way of. Also, I think there is a lot of targeted individuals. And they may be living very close to you, but they are so busy trying to survive. They try to get some sleep at night. They try to put some food on the table. They try to that they don't even probably think about you know, connecting with other targeted individuals, doing something together. Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for Paolo? Okay.
All right.
Go ahead. Laura? No?
That wasn't me, but I did have a question. So are you here in the States, Paolo?
No, I live in London. I've been living in London for.
Do you want to be my buddy? Do you want to be my overseas buddy?
Yeah, my email address is Paolo, my first name _ Bravo for Freddy @hotmail.com.
Hotmail? Okay, you're going to have to give it to me again unless Frank has it. I didn't get it.
I
Paolo, which is my first name, PAOLO _ B for Bravo, F for Freddy @hotmail.com. All
right. And Frank has mine. And yeah, we'll get the buddy thing going. I feel you. I feel you about getting people together and trying to, cause awareness. And I'm with you on that one. I feel your pain. So, but doing some good stuff out there. So, keep it up. Keep your chin up.
Thank you.
And give me a call. Give me a call. Frank will give you my number.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm Laura, and I'm in Colorado.
Okay.
All right.
Brilliant. Okay, brilliant. Okay.
Okay. Would anybody else like to ask Paolo some questions? I have one. How many TIs do you believe are in the UK?
Yeah, it's quite difficult because, as I said, there is us, which we've been subjected for very aggressive targeting for extended periods of time, and then so we came to some understanding of what is happening to us, and then we try to network. But I think, as I said, between my early teen and my early 20s, I think I've probably been getting maybe something years of soft targeting. And then I did not have a clue about I knew there was something wrong, but I did not have a clue about what was happening to me. So by the same token, I think, I think there's probably, if you think of targeting, in terms of full-blown targeting, possibly, let's say up to 2,000 people. But in terms of people who get victimized and trafficked and even enslaved and in different situations, probably are talking about maybe the hundreds of thousands. And there is we have been having austerity in this country, which has been causing a lot of abject poverty. Now we have millions of people, working people in poverty, using food banks and stuff. So if you consider
that's not it.
Yeah, getting victimized is probably quite a very large number of people.
Agreed.
Okay, I every time I watch a video or hear any news from the UK, it seems that you guys are really active to the point you're right in their face with it. And that's something we need to be more of here. We need to develop that type of stance towards, elected officials and whatnot. And do you go up to 10 Downing Street with that same attitude?
Yeah, I mean, 10 Downing Street now for a number of years you can actually get into 10 Downing Street. So 10 Downing Street is a small street outside Whitehall, which is the main street road where there is the cenotaph and thing. And they put a gate that was quite a long time ago. They completely gated, so you can get in. But you can be in Whitehall. Usually I position myself on the other side of Whitehall. So you may say maybe if you just in front. But yeah, I've been there many times. Sometime by myself, sometimes with a number of other people. There is a lot of picture, video on Facebook and other places. But yeah, I mean, sometimes now they move. You see people sometimes of Fisher coming out on out of the gates, and then crossing the road, coming by me, and then I get even louder with my slogans, but usually I get ignored. But then there is also at the other side now they move New Scotland Yard, which is just on the other side. So now you get like a lot of people coming through, which look like police officers, maybe going home after work or something. So I raise my voice, but usually that they make quite a good show for completely ignoring you, like you're not there. But it's a difficult thing because the thing which is quite important, I believe, is if you look even other issues, like really, because you have this issue about targeting, which most people don't want to know about, but I always think of something which I was at a political march, it was maybe 3 years ago. It was in London, it was basically against austerity, right? So we had a 250,000 people marching through London against austerity. At the time, the Prime Minister was David Cameron, yeah, Tory Prime Minister, and so everyone was very excited because, oh God, we got 250,000 people now. Austerity is going to end tomorrow, and everything is going to change and stuff. Everyone was patting each other on the back and stuff. And then also you need to consider that at the time, being against austerity was very popular in this country. So if at the time, like it is now anyway, in a way. So you got to ask people, are you in favor of austerity or against austerity? 75% of people will probably tell you like, oh, I'm against austerity. So it was a very, 250,000 people marching in central London. It was a very popular cause to be against austerity. Next day, Monday, David Cameron, carry on regardless, like nothing happened. So if you have a 250,000 people protesting against something, actually protesting against something which is quite unpopular, and then nothing changed, you need to you need to see how difficult it is to get people attention when you you are protesting against something which is quite a niche, in a way, issue or cause, and most people don't know anything about. So that always gives me a sense of perspective. I mean, I've been for many years. I was going to all the marches and political events and leafleting and leafleting and giving away quite a lot of leaflets because literature, because when you go to a march, there is a lot of camaraderie between people. So like you go to someone, you offer a leaflet, they don't even know what you're offering them, but they take it because of the camaraderie. So I was going to a march. I was ending maybe giving away a couple of hundred leaflets in one afternoon. But then there was at some point you start wondering, because you give away 200 leaflets, but then no one is getting back to you, or no one is contacting you. So it makes you wonder what kind of impact you are having. I remember something which was quite telling for me. I was a couple of years ago. On the 5th of November, I was at the Million Mask March in London. I think I gave away maybe a couple of hundred leaflets during the march. But then what I really noticed, I think these people should be quite receptive to this kind of, I had conversation with people. But then afterwards, not a single person got back to me. I started to wonder, like, what kind of impact you're really having, even if you give away maybe a couple of hundred leaflets, and you give them away to people who should be, in theory, at least should be quite receptive, like, the anonymous people at the, but then no one is getting back to you, and then you start to wonder, what's going on? Are people? Yeah.
I feel you, Laura. Again, I'm sorry. I love your passion. I feel you. I think that half of it is a sabotage. You know, you're getting sabotaged with every phone call or email. You know, something like that. Also, have you tried? I know you want to go big, but you tried subtle, like things you know, your mind has no firewall. Simple little messages, and that even takes 6 months to. I don't know. That's what it took my roommate to come, you know, to actually comment on that. Just that comment. Just I said the brain has no firewall,
Yeah.
and he commented about 6 months later. He had thought about it. That's how long it took him to, you know. So I'm just maybe saying. Sometimes do activism all the time. All the time. I have flyers in my car all the time. I'm ready to do activism at any time, but you can do it all the time. You know, just with mother putting her cell phone in with the baby carriage when she's carrying it out. You know, you can say they don't really know about cell phones.
Yeah, I mean, one problem is that unfortunately we are in a situation. I mean, particularly now, we are in a situation where everybody is concerned about their own family, their job. It has also been, you know, it's not, you know, with all the moving of a lot of jobs to Southeast Asia and you know, austerity, and people need to have 2 or 3 jobs to survive, and everyone is in debt. Students are in debt, and you know, if you have your mortgage, everyone has loans, so the people are worried all the time about repaying their debts and paying their mortgage. So, you know, it's a situation which has been partly at least deliberately contrived by, you know, by what I call the, you know, what I call the terror financial banking cartel, the international terror financial banking cartel, because we had a situation, you know, we know that with the IMF they were deliberately trying to, you know, get country in debt so they can, you know, give them loans and control them. So when is the same kind, a similar kind of situation is getting replicated with ordinary people, like you know, cutting wages, moving away the jobs, and then offering people loans. Are we supposed to believe that that did happen entirely by accident, or there was, in a way, the same kind of dynamics at work there, whereby instead of controlling country, now they try to get everyone indebted, so they are able to control everybody.
Yes, that is correct. That is what I believe as well. Have you? What do you do that you enjoy daily?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, depend on how heavily I am under attack. So I mean, but I'm a very political animal. I'm very much into politics, so I spend a lot of time reading and finding out things about basically what are the crime of the deep state, basically, you know, because they're very active, and they get every day you hear about new stuff they're getting up to and the things. I don't know, I like riding a motorcycle, and in the past I used to be into all kind of different things. At the moment I tend very much to focus on politics. You know, that can be quite controversial, but in this country I'm very much a Labour Party supporter. But I know that a lot of people may not like that, but I support Jeremy Corbyn, and I actually a member of the Labour Party after Jeremy Corbyn became. I joined the party after Jeremy Corbyn became the leader of the party. And interestingly enough, in the past, when Jeremy Corbyn was a campaigning MP, before he became, it was actually quite marginal in the Labour Party for many years. He was one of the dissidents, basically. You know, he was completely at the margin of the Labour Party. He was always disagreeing with the party line and stuff. And then completely, you know, as a complete surprise, in a couple of years ago, he became leader of the party, which no one was expecting, actually. And then after that, I decided to join the Labour Party because I think it's a very, but I think Jeremy Corbyn at heart, people, a lot of people don't understand it, but Jeremy Corbyn is a populist, is a populist of the left, you know. And I think actually what I think is until a populist of the left, a populist of the right, they keep fighting each other, they keep being at each other's throats. I mean, I think the bankers are laughing all the way to the banks, you know. I think the populist of the left, the populist of the right, they should really get together and fight the bankers. It may sound a bit simplistic, but so, you know, I think there is a good thing. I think there is a good thing in left-wing populism, and there is a good thing in right-wing populism. I think instead of fighting each other, they should get together and fight the bank. I think it's quite interesting with what's happening at the moment with the Italian government.
Anyone?
Actually, with the Italian government, you get a party which is a populist party of the left, and a party which is a populist party of the right. They managed to overcome their differences, and they managed to put together a program of government which include giving people universal income, which include cutting taxes, stimulating the economy, which include taxing the rich, which include stimulating the economy, creating a lot of green jobs. And they, as soon as they come up with this kind of program, they're getting totally in conflict with the gangsters in Brussels, you know, because you need to go back to austerity. You can invest in the economy. You can. So I think it's quite interesting what's happening in Italy, because for many years I've been thinking and telling people, actually, I think populists of the left, the populists of the right, instead of fighting each other, they need each other. It's quite interesting what's happening in Italy with the government, because you get a party, the five-star movement, which is like a populist party of the left. You get the League Party, which is a populist party of the right. They managed to come together. They're both anti-establishment government. The parties, they managed to get together, overcome their differences. Put together a very good program for governing. But you know, if you tell people that you like, you know, nowadays, if you tell the political opinion are so polarized in a way. I think in Europe, in the United States, in this country, that if you say, oh, actually, I think I think actually the Italian government is doing some good things. I mean, immediately people say, oh, you're a fascist. You must be a fascist because, you know, so that's the situation, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, grouping people. I don't appreciate that either. You can't group somebody all in one. Yeah, we're all individuals, but I'm excited that you're I do agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I love your passion. I gotta say, I love your passion, but you make sure you do something that you enjoy every day. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's you know, if you manage to get some sleep, if you're not too busy getting some sleep and stop, try to.
I know, I'm with you on all that. Still, you could find 5 minutes to, you know, I mean, just make sure that you live a little bit.
Yeah, I like. I
wanted to remind you.
Yeah.
Most good activists forget.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious myself where Julian Assange is at the embassy, Ecuadorian embassy now still?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's been there for now, getting up to 7 years. He's in Knightsbridge, which is actually a very posh part of London, because it's, you know, all the embassy are in the posh part of London anyway. It's very close to Harrods, you know, the posh shop, and you know, for millionaires and things. And he's been living there for 7 years now. Yeah. And
okay. I just wanted to make sure that he was okay. We're often concerned because we got a video that were the last words that he spoke.
Yeah.
And that kind of made everybody a little nervous. So it's good to hear that he is, in fact, still fine.
Yeah, you know, today's people have been, people of his legal team have been in touch recently. So apparently, he's kind of alright, but you know, you know, it's probably it's been deprived of you know, being outdoors for 7 years. It's been it's just thing constantly on his mind about being the possibility of being, you know, being extradited to the United States, and we know what happened with Chelsea Manning and the way he was treated after being arrested and in detention and stuff. So this thing constantly on his mind is he can see his children. Well, you know, his mother's been visiting him, but she's living in Australia, so it's not particularly easy for her to visit. Then after that, then the last 7 months has been in complete isolation, basically. So it's been prevented. And now they say, oh, we have been restoring some of his communications, but the people who know him, they say actually that was more like a PR stunt, because in what's happening in actual fact, in practice, is they're still very you know, he's trying to restrain, you know, to limit his communication with the outside world. So, but you know, that probably, you know, is been having health problem with his shoulder, with different things. He's been unable to certain kind of treatment. I mean, certain kind of treatment can be. You know, you can have them in the embassy, but obviously when it comes to having X-ray or something, or more sophisticated kind of, you know, he need to go. He would need to leave the embassy. If he leaves the embassy, he's going to get arrested. So I mean, so immediately. So, but the British government have been playing a very, you know. It been putting pressure. We know we have the emails. The British government have been putting pressure on the Swedish government to drag this thing as long as possible. They didn't want this thing to get rid. In fact, the Swedish government dropped all the charges, but before that, the British government was constantly putting pressure on the Swedish government. We have the emails actually. They've been released. To drag their feet, to postpone, because the British government, they want to, you know, they probably have a seal indictment. As soon as he gets arrested in this country, he's going to be extradited to the US. So, yeah.
Okay, so why can't his internet privileges be restored? Because he obviously needs those to contact, we'll say, an attorney, someone in the consulate, we'll say. He has to be able to have communication, it would seem.
Yeah, I think they said, because I think what happened, the UN rapporteur for human rights, which I can't remember his name, he went to visit the Ecuadorian president. That was maybe 6-7 weeks ago. He basically expressing concern for the way Julian Assange was being treated. So after that, the Ecuadorian president said, "Okay, we are going to restore at least some form of communication." But inside, there are people who know Julian. We have people in his legal team. No, he has a legal team, actually. He has already a legal team, which is, even during all these restrictions, they have been allowed from maybe once a week to visit him. The only people who have been allowed to communicate with him during the last 7 months, his legal team, to discuss legal strategies, etc. But what was I going to say? Yeah, but so yeah, but Lenin Moreno, which is the actual current Ecuadorian president, said that after meeting with the UN people, he said, "Oh, okay, we're going to restore some form of communication." But people were close to Julian, like people in his legal team, they say they're dragging their feet. they actually, it's more like it's been more like a PR statement, because the whole thing will start to look really, really kind of questionable, the way they were treating Julian. So they made the statement, like often happen, they make a statement, but then they do something completely different. That they, like Theresa May recently, she said, oh, we are going to end austerity. The British Prime Minister, Theresa May, said, oh, we are going to end austerity. But then you look at what they're doing, they're not ending austerity. So they rely on making the statement, the grand statement, and the people pay attention to the statement. But because most people, they have the attention span of a goldfish, so when actually it transpired that the statement is not going to be followed by any action, people hardly notice that by then. So yeah, that's what they're doing there most of the time. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does anybody have any questions? Vanetta, did I see your hand go up?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
that's
back. Can you hear me?
yes. We
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
can.
yeah, yeah.
Hi. I was texting Dr. Seal. Hi. I was just listening to what he's saying, and I just, again, as the lady said, the TI said, I support you in your passion, and I hear what you're saying. And Julian Assange, he has done so much to wake us up, and it's just a shame to what they've done to this man. And I just wish there was something that we could get him out of there and get it's the United States that's after him, and like you said, 250,000 people marched, everything, what is it that we need to do? Because his only crime was putting all that information out there, just like Edward Snowden. That's exactly what his crime was, letting the world know what the real deal is. And that's his other crime. Those charges in Sweden are trumped up. And what can we do? Because it discourages other activists from stepping forward and for other people being whistleblowers when they see what's going on with him. It's very discouraging.
Yeah, we very much need, people like Julian, because with all the censor going on at the moment, which is, with Google and YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, I think it's just the beginning. So, I mean, we really need to stand up for freedom of speech, even against the political correctness, because they some different way of muzzle people and prevent people from. So we need to be quite determined in defending freedom of speech, because freedom of speech at the end of the day is not like the freedom for people to say nice things. Freedom of speech is about, I defend what your freedom of speech, even if you say things that I may find objectionable and obnoxious, and so that's the freedom of speech. It's not about it's freedom to be nicey and say all the nice things. Freedom of speech is for everyone to be.
One thing I want to say about Facebook, and I hear what you're saying, but I find it ironical. Okay, being American, I find it ironical that they squash people, but they allow people to come on with verbal violence. Many of the shooters, and we have an epidemic problem here with random shooters, have been on Facebook, and they were never taken down. The shooter who shot up the synagogue in Pittsburgh, the shooters in San Bernardino, the shooter at Parkland, these people had announced what they were going to do, and it was never taken down. Slanders, I remember once somebody slandered when we were organizing TI Day here, and I had to demand that, and even the website, people hadn't seen it yet, and I went on. And because I saw it, and I demanded they take it down immediately, which the TI organizers did. This was back in June of this year, but Facebook never opened their mouths. So, I find it ironical. Freedom of speech of whom? They don't seem to have problem with shooters, okay? They don't seem to have problems with people espousing racial hatred, you know, so freedom of speech of whom, okay?
Yeah, even with ISO, they seem you know, in the past they were getting a lot of leeway in propagandizing, and they were, so it seems, you know, if you look at the activity of the deep state, there is a lot of strange thing happening, collusion and strange agenda going on, and you know, sometimes the mind boggles really. I mean, what they're getting up to. But it's quite true. I mean, they probably seem more like likely to condone sometimes people directly espousing violence. That maybe what they really don't like is people like in a calm and measured way, like denouncing all their factually denouncing all their crimes. So if you see what I mean. So I mean, they're quite prepared to turn a blind eye to people openly espousing violence. That they quite you know, but what they really mind is people that in a rational, factual way, they denounce all the corruption and the crime that they're getting up to, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Karen Stewart is one that comes to mind, that her Facebook was taken down. She's a TI, and she is a former NSA analyst and a whistleblower. Her Facebook was taken down, and she has very rational, very calm, it's back up now, but it was down for a while. And, you know, the list goes on of the people who were taken down, who, like you said, were very calm and rational, but yet they were talking about something going on in America, you know, specifically. But yet they...
Mine was too, man.
So
they took mine down too.
Too. And they include her. She wanted to say hi to her son. They blocked her. I mean, really. I hear what you're saying, and that people are starting to wake up. And I think, you know, one thing we need to do is to boycott Facebook for a month. You know, they got 3 billion.
Because they get some kind of monopoly. They position, they maneuver themselves in a position of monopoly. In the process, they probably manage to squeeze out all the different alternatives. Now it's very difficult for people to reverse this kind of situation and to you know, it would be fantastic to have open source independent network, but you know, but then people, it's very difficult because they maneuver themselves in a position of monopoly now. So it's difficult to roll back the situation from that. Yeah.
I do hear what you're saying, but there's also Instagram, there's also Twitter, you know, that you can walk away from them. Like if 1/3 of their people left, 1 billion people, they would listen to what we have to say.
I think in the long run, a lot of people are taking on board what is going on with this big social network. I may see a situation when in 10 years' time we are going to be in a very deep, because there is starting this disaffection with network like Facebook and Twitter. So I can see a situation in 10 years' time when probably you know, maybe Facebook, Twitter gets squeezed out, and there is a lot of new, genuinely open source, independent network. But I think it's probably going to take a lot of time, though.
Yeah, it may, but in the meantime, you know, America's the home of the random shooter. It's going to get to a point where people are going to be afraid to go into any crowded situation or any social situation. It seems like they want us to stay at home and to stay isolated. But I think that people are starting to wake up now, because there is a question about why aren't these people. Now, all I want to hear is this last shooting that the guy came on Facebook. Like the guy in Pittsburgh. Came on Facebook. And how can the police are supposed to monitor Facebook here in the United States? How come they didn't catch all this hatred? You know, I just did it. It doesn't add up. And they got 24/7 eyes on us. We're TIs. 24/7 eyes on us, but they can't catch these shooters. Maybe if they took eyes off of us TIs, who are only really political dissidents, who have the courage to speak up, or like Paolo over there just want to say hi to her son, you know, really, we are nonviolent, we are peaceful. You know,
happy birthday. I was trying to say happy birthday. I put a picture up there, happy birthday, and they blocked it.
and something nonviolent. We are nonviolent. We are peaceful, but yet we get censored over and over again. And this is the same because Google has YouTube. They took Ella down. They've taken other TIs down, but they let that hate crap stay up. They let that crazy crap stay up. They let the misogynistic crap stay up.
That's right.
But they don't take them down. But they take anything down that's peaceful. And
unfortunately, I think it's quite interesting because we are in a situation whereby every time you post anything on Twitter or Facebook, you wonder if that is the last thing we're going to post. Because you know, you never know if they decide to close your account. There is usually there is no warning. There is no kind of recourse. You cannot appeal or anything. It's just gone. So, you know, I honestly, I don't think I'm a particularly timid kind of person, but every time I post anything on Facebook or Twitter, I just wonder if that is maybe the last thing you know, the next day I'm going to look for my account and my account is gone. So if it's happened to me, I need to assume that it probably happened to millions of people. I mean, if I'm worried in this way, I can only assume that is probably very common nowadays, particularly for people who are like political or, you know, they aspire to some kind of change.
Well, here in Colorado, we don't get certain websites. Here in Colorado, we can't pull them up. I've gone to different computers, different, you know, places. We just can't get them. And certain, there's certain stuff that we can't get. There's certain information we simply can't get that I could get in different states.
Because you're being blocked.
Well, and I've been censored and sabotaged online for years, for almost 10 years. So my sites were taken down way a long time ago.
Then if you go to a library, it's possible that there's maybe more filters to what you may access that you may have if you I don't know really, because I've been a long time since I use a computer in a library, but it'd be quite possible that they may be introducing in a public library more filters that you may have if you access.
Well, I have friends all over the city. I use different platforms, different computers. Try different things. But it's gotten like that for us.
It's called shadow ban. It's called shadow ban. That's what they're doing. Shadow ban.
Shadow ban. Shadow ban banning means that you know, you may post something, but they have algorithm in place whereby if you post, you mention certain keywords or certain subject, then people just you know, they go to the timeline or they can see your post. So that's what they mean by shadow banning. So I mean, you post something, you assume that you know, in your people networking with you, everyone is going to be able to see that, and maybe no one is going to be able to see that because you mentioned certain word that may be, you know, that maybe like mentioning, I don't know, I don't want to get into specific, but you know, certain words or certain subject, and then no one, you think everyone can see your post, instead no one can see your post. That's what they mean.
Nobody can see it. Nobody. All your friends and family, they can't see it. Even other TIs, when you post TI stuff, they don't want you posted. I post mind control, targeting. I post all that, and they blocked every last thing I post up there. I just said happy birthday to my son last week and put a picture up there. Don't you know they blocked that too?
And also, I want to say back of what Paula said, this is Vanetta again, is that I asked Facebook to take my take my account down, and I closed it, and I even paid $50 to them. Do you know I'm still getting emails, texts from Facebook that people are posting stuff to me? I refuse to answer because I am boycotting Facebook. You know, I refuse to go on there. I just refuse because I'm tired of them cherry picking on who they want to respond. And meanwhile, it's open season on us TIs, and trolls can come in and say anything they want to say to us. If they do block it, it's so that we can get insulted.
Unfortunately, you know, a lot of people get used to even even when unfortunately it's become quite. I remember a few years ago when you organize like we tried to organize a political event, and there was quite actually a number of different platforms. But over time, in the last few years, it's like they're being all squeezed out, and now almost everyone, when they organize an event, they organize a Facebook event. So I think so in a way, I mean, it's pretty diabolical what they do, but at the same time, you find you need them, or you can, they can be quite useful in certain ways, but yeah.
Yeah. Also, Google has announced that they're thinking about, Silicon Valley has announced, not only Google, that it's either Google or Silicon Valley. It's two things here, that they're thinking of having some of their TI people do timeshare with the government. So they're going to send them over there with their expertise. And Google is already, censoring YouTube and censoring our Google emails.
Yeah.
And that is ridiculous. When I heard that last week, that they're thinking of doing timeshare and having their TI professionals serve time with the government. Okay, so it just tells you, just like you said, the censorship is just getting out of control. But yet and still, information gets out, because I find it ironical about the Mueller investigation. But out of that investigation came the fact that NSA is being investigated, and that was announced on NPR last Wednesday evening. That is the outcome of it. So somehow the truth still manages to get out, but it's a fight every day. It's a fight for me even to get my emails, and I watch them snatch them before I can even touch them. And I know it's Google, straining it, and censoring it. And some emails, and I emailed Paula and said, I emailed you. Did you get it? No. Did you get it? No. And that's just one example. And how many others of us amongst us do not get their emails? Like the lady was saying that she's been censored for years, and it is a definite censorship going on in the United States. Where
the moment people, a lot of people start getting worried about the getting self-censoring, because to be honest with you, I do nowadays I do a lot of self-censoring. I mean, like if in a way, until I post stuff like target individual stuff, maybe they don't mind too much. But if you start posting stuff about pedophilia in the royal family, and all the pedophilia in Westminster and stuff, you do that regularly, then usually after a few days you find your account is gone. So anyway, I self-censoring a lot, quite. I mean, if there is some topics that if you go into that, then you may one day you may look for your account is gone. So yeah. And I expect that if I do that, self-censoring, I mean, but probably a lot of people start worrying and about their accounts and self-censoring. And then that is the point when the general feelings start to turn against companies like Facebook, and so people start really to resent this situation. And then in 10 years' time, we may have a completely different landscape. We have.
Yeah, but we wait 10 years. That's the problem. It's going on too long, and 10 years is a long way off, and things need to change. I hear what you're saying, but not 10 years down the line. And I'm tired of them calling Mark Zuckerberg to Congress, and he's explaining. And meanwhile, they are still censoring, like you said, the rational, calm people, and not going after what's the matter? Not going after the pedophiles, on Facebook.
But in a way, they're probably more concerned about people, exposing the establishment in a rational, factual way, that people, in a way, that people, expounding violence, because in a way, the people, pushing violence, they probably in different way may actually suit their agenda in certain areas. So, because whilst people having a peaceful and consistent and rational exposing their crime, basically, I mean that they don't like that at all. But if you expound violence, then they can find some use for that. Like they've been all this, states supporting terrorism at post-flag, which I think there's quite a bit of that going on. So they don't like that too much because it may actually fit with their agenda in certain areas. So, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm sitting here, I got PBS on, and they're talking about censorship about the group they call the Cleaners. And this is coming out of the Philippines where they're taking down pornographic posts. They watch for them. So, it's amazing what you can do. Now, I don't agree with everything that the Prime Minister, President of the Philippines does, but he is making an attempt to stop the pornography, and he realized because a lot of the child trafficking is going on. So, something can be done because they got all this military hardware. This stuff can be done overnight if you prove them. So there must be some line of profit or something for them not to leave us up and go after the real people who need to be censored because they're either a danger to society or the fact that they're espousing violence. And I don't like verbal violence because verbal violence can lead to physical violence. So I really have a problem with that. And it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are quite a fan of this Duterte, president of the Philippines. Yeah, I personally don't know. I don't know. It's quite a long way away, Philippines. So I don't really know enough about the local situation to.
I do. He's killing drug dealers, and he's killed so many thousands in the Philippines. So he's oppressive in his own way. But the one thing he did, if he got in and started cleaning his country's pornographic stuff up because of human trafficking, we could get in there and do the same thing because the United States has the technology to do that. Anytime they have technology, the stuff that we're going through to watch us, even, to put eyes on us, then they got the technology to clean this stuff up because it must be a money-making enterprise. That's all I got to say. It's about the money.
Yeah, I'm sure he's doing some writing, and that shows he's a bit of a populist of the right. So you need like that's just again back to what I was saying. Like we need some, populism. All the populists, which is anti-establishment, they should get together, and because populists of the left, the populists of the right. We have a good example with these. With the Italian government, which now is very much in conflict with the gangsters in Brussels and things. I mean, about their economic program, but so they try to bully them about changing, and like they did to Greece, and I guess with Italy, it's probably going to be slightly more difficult to bully them. But this is what I've been thinking for quite some time. That we need populists of the left, the populists of the right. To get together, to work together, and that's what really is going to scare the bankers. I think because until the populists, the left, the right, they show the throat, they're laughing all the way to the banks.
And I want to say this because I am sitting here looking at this PBS special and public TV special, whereas the cleaners who are cleaning up the internet in the Philippines, they say it takes them 8 seconds before they look at something and know whether they should delete it. They delete racial slurs, they delete violent statements, and also pornographic. And it only takes 8 to 10 seconds for them to make that determination and to pull it. So what's going on over here, what's going on other places that we can't do the same, but yet we're so technologically advanced. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, they find not a way to do that. Yeah, probably. Not to believe.
Give it a rest. The man hasn't done anything except told the truth. He made a path of truth to get out there to everybody, and that's what they mad at him about. That's really what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough probably what is going on over there, but I think it's probably that they is doing some good things in certain areas. I mean, I don't know all the details or something, but
But the point is that they can do this. It's a small country can
yeah,
make this determination.
yeah,
And in 8 to 10 seconds, they got cleaners. You know, there's plenty of IT people here in the United States. They
yeah,
could do the same, and they can have cleaners on there to
yeah.
go in and clean it up every day.
All right,
You
yeah, yeah,
know, if they can do in such a small country,
yeah,
and they don't have the economy that we have, and they don't
yeah.
have the backing and the money, we could do it too. It's because we don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, you know, that they were a lot of they were a bit, you know, if you look at the places like Facebook a few years ago, it was Twitter, it was a bit of a free for all. So they were actually then they were quite reluctant to apply any kind of restriction, you know, probably because they thought it was bad for business. So at the time, it was a bit of a free for all. Everyone can post anything and stuff. Now they seem to be going in the opposite direction, try to, you know, to censor even quite really decent political pages, and so well.
Yeah, but then
You know, we live in I think we live in very difficult time, and in very troubled time. One of the I'm not talking about pornography. I mean talking about freedom to political expression. I think we are in very troubled times. One of the way we can we can see like some light at the end of the tunnel is just by people exchanging information and being free to express themselves. The moment they start to go for that, we are really in trouble, because we are in a very difficult time. The ocean is full of plastic. The planet is becoming radioactive because of Fukushima. We seem to be very close. Sometimes we even look like we are close to a nuclear holocaust. And so one way people can see some kind of light at the end of the tunnel is just by free expression, freedom to exchange information about what is going on, and freedom to express political opinions. The moment they start to come for that, then you think, oh, now we are really in trouble, because if you are not even able to discuss the issues and what is really going on, how can we ever be able to address them and to do something about them?
that is true. But one thing I beg to disagree with you on. I am a peace activist and have been so. And as far as I'm concerned, we've been in political trouble and rough times since the Vietnam War. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It didn't start yesterday.
Particularly talking about America now.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's been growing up.
One of the reasons I'm in the TI, I was made a TI, it's because my outspokenness about peace and things going over here in the United States. And I never said anything violent. I'm nonviolent. But I do understand that we've been in political rough waters over here for a very long time. It's
been growing up for a long time, but it seemed to getting worse at some sort of exponential speed. I mean, so it seemed to, the more we go on, the more things getting worse quite quickly. So I mean, that's when things start to degenerate, then they start to,
Yeah. Okay, I'm done. Anybody else? I thank you for talking. Thank you for talking with me.
Okay, thank you for asking the question. Actually, thank you.
And I am very concerned because I am aware of the worldview, and I spend a lot of time. I'm a retiree now, reading and researching what is going on. And I had the fortune to be on many email server lists to be get informed, even though Google snatches them for hours at a time, of what's going on politically all over the world. And I realized that a lot of things are being censored. It's not about violence. It's about peace. It's about trying to make the world a more livable place for all individuals. It's about trying to make it more gender friendly for women, especially because we have a problem with trolls on Facebook with females. So I'm really concerned about that.
Yeah,
So
they don't seem to like peace very much. I mean, people in government and yeah, I mean, it's they now they glorifying. I don't know, it been glorifying just what it was a couple of days ago. It seemed like more than a celebration of war. World War One is more like it's more like a glorification than a celebration. And then you have to wonder if they don't incline to glamorize war because they're possibly getting ready for the next one. Because it seemed like the celebration a couple of days ago is more like glamorizing war rather than remembering the dead and maybe wow, making some sort of pledge to never repeat it again. It seemed more like a kind of glamorizing and glorifying it. So then you have to wonder if that's not the case because they're planning already the next one.
I agree with you because 3 million men died in World War One. I'm a history.
3 million. I think it was more like 20 million, to be honest with you.
Well, they said 3 million military. That's
yeah. 20 million include all the civilians. Yeah.
Civilians, but they lost a whole generation over there. And you're right. They should have been talking about peace. A whole generation of men and women and children were lost. Yeah. And that should have been talked about too. And that was supposed to be the wars. And yet went into World War II. The end of World War One set the stage for World War II.
Yeah.
2019 is the year of exposure, though, y'all. 2019, we claim it and confess it. 2019 is the year of exposure on these people. They're going down.
Yeah, let the truth come out. Truth is the light. And
going down.
Let's hope so.
Yes, sir. I'm
not over optimistic, but let's hope so. Yeah, you never know.
We're working on it. We are working on it over here, and we hope when domino falls over here, it will have a global effect because we are definitely working on it over here because we're tired. America are tired. We're tired of sponsoring wars. We're tired of sponsoring governments that are cruel. Anytime you can snatch somebody off the street and hack them up and then, think you can walk away with it. That tells you something about how they view journalists. And so many journalists have died. And the fact that Saudi Arabia has come out as hit teams all over the world.
Yeah,
going after Saudi.
It was not the first time actually that they've been snatching journalists and member of the royal family, dissident member of the royal family in the past. I think in a way, not to be too cynical, but I think is this thing is become so big because Turkey. They apparently were bugging the Saudi consulate, so they get all they could listen to everything happening there, and because Erdogan in Turkey now there's quite big difference between Turkey and the Saudi at the moment, so he tried to milk this thing for whatever it's worth, because otherwise, with being cynical, you may think that it's probably gone. Make some splash for a couple of days and then completely forgotten. But because Erdogan in Turkey is trying to extract some kind of political concession from the Saudi, possibly to get rid of the Saudi Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince. So they probably trying to get him replaced with someone else because there's a big political differences. So that's probably the reason. Actually, this story has gone so far, and it's not being killed off in the next couple of days. Actually, to be a bit cynical, but anyway, if something can be instrumental of their stopping killing civilians in Yemen, that's all for the good, I think. But
we depend on the journalists, the investigative journalists, to tell us the truth. It's a role they play in the free society.
Yeah.
That the journalists, it was understood at one point, and that's what Nazi Germany did. They went after the journalists. They went
Yeah.
after newspapers, and every fascist, that's what they do.
Yeah.
And I'm glad, for whatever reason, that Turkey had eyes on them, and they knew something was up, and they told the world for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I'm glad
Oh,
it
yeah.
came
Oh, yeah.
because now the repercussions, the conference they were supposed to have, this big conference, did not happen the way they wanted to happen, because so many people withdrew out of horror. So many corporations, they didn't care if they were being sanctioned. Canada withdrew, many countries withdrew. So it was a powerful statement. Even though I don't agree with some of the politics of Turkey, I have to give it to them for keeping it in the news. To let them know, and to make us take a look at how many journalists have been murdered in this year alone, all over the world, who just tell the truth.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you talk about investigative journalists, it's quite an endangered species. I mean, I don't know how many of them are left, you know. I mean, that they possibly, most of them, they just copy and paste brief from the government and or from the various department of, you know. So, I don't know how many genuine investigative journalists that there are left around, you know. They presumably they killed Michael Hastings a couple of years ago, and all the other ones have been having accident and things. So I don't know how many there are left of investigative journalists really. It's a bit of an endangered species, but yeah.
But I don't want them to become an endangered species. We need them in the free society. Part of the problem here with the TIs not getting the word out in the media is because the media is afraid. And but there have been different investigative journalists who step forward, and slowly but surely it's leaking out. And because of some of the conversations that different moderators have had with journalists, we turned them around. So they play a very important role with telling about targeting, and targeting is a global thing. It's not just us. You know,
like I said before, we live in very dangerous times, and you know, in the same way, we desperately need to be able to still carry on exchanging information and express ourselves freely. In the same way, we desperately need investigative journalism. By the same token, and they're both under threat. Freedom of speech and investigative journalism, they're both under threat.
Yes, they are. And because with a free society, it's very important to have investigative journalists who go out there and find out what's really going on. And like you talked about the deep state and exposing it and let people know, because the deep state is not elected. You know, these are people controlling things from behind the scenes. And they have no right to do that. They have no right whatsoever. Because if that's the case, then we're not free. It's only an illusion.
Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, they seem to be able to have a lot of control over the social narrative, over the political narrative, and to brainwash people into all these contrived narrative where no one seems really to be aware of the real problems. So everyone is parroting all this narrative, or regurgitating all this information they get from mainstream media, and no one seems to be able to see anything beyond that, or see what the real problem are. And so it's like, you know, that's also quite worrying. I mean, a lot of people seem to be in some kind of mesmerized by all the nonsense they get from mainstream media, and unable to see what is going on under their very noses or something.
Yeah. Because I could list in the United Kingdom how many journalists were killed, and it goes on and on and on. You know, and the United States, it just goes on and on and on. And people have to start, like you said, speaking up, because we do not want them investigative journalists to become an endangered species. They're very important for us to have a free society, to have investigative journalists who will go out there and tell the story without fear of losing their lives. And some of them still go out there, even though they know that it's very dangerous.
Yeah, there's. I mean, my feeling is that there is fewer and fewer of them, but there is still quite a number of left. Yeah,
Yeah. And here over here in this hemisphere, same thing is true in South America. So many investigative journalists have been killed.
Oh yeah, then they probably, yeah.
Too, and in Africa.
It's quite interesting that in over a period of maybe a couple of years, the three close associates of Julian Assange, they lost their life. I mean, there was one of his lawyers, which apparently a couple of years ago, he was a lawyer, he was a close associate of WikiLeaks, and he was going to work in the morning around London, the commuting to London, and he was very early in the morning, 7 o'clock on a railway platform waiting for his commuting train. Apparently throwing himself under the train. So they say he did commit suicide, apparently. Then there was his, I can't remember the name, he was one of the closest. One of the founder of WikiLeaks, he died. And then recently there was this guy from, I don't remember all the details, but he was one of the closest top people in WikiLeaks. Apparently he took an holiday to Norway, apparently disappeared into the sea. So you don't know. I mean, maybe all this stuff was totally innocent. Who knows? But
Yeah, because it looked like they're trying to close WikiLeaks down. Yeah, I'm aware of the deaths of 3 of Assange's associates. Yeah. And they're trying to close them down because they're telling too much, too much information is getting out. But they can't stop it, and that's why we have to keep talking about it, even on these conference calls. We have to keep these people alive so they did not die in vain, because they were just trying to let us know what was happening.
Yeah.
And they lost their lives for it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Julian Assange did sterling works. I mean, but the thing is that they've been conducting this campaign of slow character assassination against Julian Assange. A little drip of fake information in the media. And now I suspect that a lot of people now, they have quite a dark image of Julian. But the reality is quite different, because, for instance, when Chelsea Manning was exposed and arrested, and not because of anything to do with WikiLeaks, but because he actually he was communicating too freely with someone who was a snitch, basically. So he did expose himself, Chelsea. It was nothing to do with WikiLeaks. It was not the fault of WikiLeaks, of Assange. When he got arrested, Julian Assange get really into, he started to campaign for, people don't know that, but he started tireless day and night to campaign, to raise money for Chelsea Manning, to organize a defense committee all over the world. And so people don't know that. People don't know that when the Edward Snowden story broke out, I mean, Julian was the one who sent actually one of his lawyers, I can't remember the name of this lady, to Hong Kong. It was like the only thing that possibly prevented Ed Snowden to get arrested. So she sent this lawyer, was also personally close to him, a close friend of him, to immediately dispatch his lawyer to Hong Kong. And then this lady played a quite important role in managing to get Ed Snowden into Russia. So I mean, people don't know that it's been doing a lot of selfish thing, selfless thing, to help other whistleblowers. And often what you get in return is that a lot of people like Barrett Brown, and they turn against him. So it's been treated quite unfairly by a lot of people. And if you know if you know the truth about a lot of things you have been doing to help Chelsea Manning, to help Ed Snowden, is they've been behaving quite in a selfless thing. But there is constant drip of, even recently, basically, they created this protocol saying, oh, if Julian wants to stay living in the embassy, you need to do certain things. So they say, oh, he need to look after his cat, he need to clean the bathroom, he need to pay his way, to pay for his own food. He need to. So they were insinuating that he was not looking after his cat, that he was not looking after the bathroom, so he was like a nasty person. And then on the wake of this, a lot of people they crawl out of the woodwork and they say, oh, in the past, Julian was staying with us. He was a terrible guest. It was, so, there's constant drip of negative information. Now I suspect that a lot of people around the world, they come to have quite a dark image of Julian Assange, but I think that is far away from the truth, actually. Yeah, what really happened Yeah,
well, like you said, it's a character assassination. Like you said, slowly leaking out. It's a smear campaign to turn people against Assange. And Chelsea Manning has been pardoned over here.
Yeah, I know.
Pardon, and he paid a heavy price, but I'm appreciative of what he did because he let the United States know, the people of the United States know what was really going on, and we're not hateful people. And the idea that they were killing innocent, a wedding party, really, and children, really, and the same thing with the guy who was killed in Turkey. He was letting them know that we already know that they're basically bombing women and children in Yemen. And they're killing them. It's just wholesale. They say they're going after the rebels. It seems like they keep hitting women and children. And
hospitals, schools. Probably the biggest cholera epidemic in history. A famine affecting possibly 90 million people don't have enough to eat and stuff.
Because of this war. So it's come out now, and I'm glad that it came out, and that's why that man was killed, because he told it.
It's very selective. They demonize people like Putin, and they say, "Oh, invaded Crimea," when it was not actually an invasion. But then, if something which is which is one of their clients, like the Saudi royal family, then they can get away with murder and do whatever they wanted. It doesn't even get into the newspaper. So. It's totally selective, the kind of information we are being fed, and these people, but they shoulder heavy responsibility, because if you may say, if one day we are going to have a nuclear holocaust, they probably because these people, journalists in the mainstream media, they've been for years, they've been just to further their personal career and stuff, they've been beating the drums of war, and then try to demonize Russia stuff. So they the press is very important in forming public opinion, in determining the direction of society. It is people just most of the time they're just repeating all the propaganda, all the lies and the unspeakable lies, and etc. etc. Yeah.
That's true. They pick their demons. They tell us who we're supposed to hate, and then totally ignore other violations and atrocities and direct violations of human rights.
If you think of Libya, whatever you think of Gaddafi, Libya, by the time they murdered Gaddafi, was the most prosperous country in Africa. People even get like housing benefit, help with the rent. The people were getting help with all kind of things. And you say he was a dictator. Yes, he was a dictator. But unlike other dictators in the Middle East, a bit of the oil money maybe was going to to his family, but a lot of the oil money was used to create infrastructure project. He created an inter-African bank where he was trying to help all the African countries to not to have to go to the IMF if they needed to have a loan or something. So he was doing a lot of good things for his people, and now look at the country now. So they demonized Gaddafi, and
yeah, it's true. And now Libya is total chaos.
Yeah,
total chaos.
Yeah.
And so you're right. Even though it didn't agree with what he did a lot of good. On the other hand, as the Saudis, they've been out of control for years.
Yeah. No, it's probably the most authoritarian, revolting, regime in the world. The stuff they do. Beheading people and the way they treat women. They say now that people were just in the last couple of months, women were allowed to drive a car. Before women can even drive a car in Saudi Arabia, otherwise they get arrested or something. So it's probably the most authoritarian, most disgusting, most disgusting regime in the world, basically. Yeah, but because he's an ally of the United States, he's an ally of the United Kingdom, and they make a lot of money selling them arms. But I think actually, they're making a lot of money selling them arms. But I think it's more like a power play. They need it's more about power. They need someone like Saudi Arabia in the Middle East, it's more about controlling. At the end of the day, it's more about controlling the Middle East, controlling the oil and stuff. They make a huge amount of money, but they're the kind of people that they can print money if they want. So they're the kind of people who control the Bank of England, they control the Federal Reserve. If they want money, they can print it. So they're quite happy. They're making a lot of money out of Saudi Arabia, but I think it's more like about power, controlling the Middle East, controlling the oil, and etc. Yeah.
But in the past, if you study your history, so you won't make the same mistakes. We've done that before, and in the end, we end up the losers because we're supposed to be protectors, home of the free, and land of the brave and home of the free. And in the past, because of our tendency to support dictators, it has cost us a lot. And then most of all, it's cost American lives, what we were over there fighting for. And we didn't, we sent our sons and our daughters over there, but it turned out that what we were fighting for was a lie. Okay.
There's, even if you talk about it's a never black and white reality. Even if you talk about, Saddam Hussein in Iraq. He was a dictator, but at the same time, the other thing going on, like women were very free. They can be general in the army. They can be judges. There was some kind of respect for ethnic minorities, some kind, like in Syria, for instance, for religious minorities. So it was like a dictator in the sense that everyone opposing his power was, meeting a fairly sticky end. But at the same time, it was a secular country. It was a secular country. It was not a it was a secular country, so you have different ethnic group, a religious group being tolerated, able to practice their religion, and women were fairly free. They can enter into all kind of profession and do whatever they wanted, become judges or generals. So it was a dictator, but it was also one of the few secular countries left in the Middle East. So freedom, women enjoy a certain amount of freedom, and acting minority were treated with some respect. A religious minority. The same is applied for Syria. Okay, the Assad family was it was a bit of dictator, a dictatorship. But
I beg to disagree with you. They knew for some time that Saddam Hussein was a dictator, and going back, understanding again history, it was okay for him to use chemical weapons on the Iranians with called yellow rain. You know, it's a violation of the Geneva Convention, and it was okay. And Assad has killed millions. It may have been secular, but what's left, he's killed millions of his own people for disagreeing with him. And he was extremely oppressive for those who did not. He kept a tight rein, as his father did also. And now he's just about totally killed off any type of opposition whatsoever. You know, they murdered, you know, and just bombed into obliteration. And
But what is the alternative? I mean, look at Iraq now, or when Russia did intervene in Syria, we were close to getting you know, ISIS were close to Damascus. We were very close to getting an ISIS caliphate all over Syria. So you may say, oh, we don't like the fact that Russia intervened. But what was the alternative? The ISIS caliphate in Syria? It was very close at the time. They were very close to closing to Damascus, and getting. So you know, if Russia didn't intervene, maybe now we would have a ISIS caliphate in Syria. So you see, is
Well, I don't know if because I remember when they started talking about ISIS and Al Qaeda in Syria, that they were coming in to fight. And at that point, if we had supported the rebels, they never would have got in. And because ISIS is a leftover from the Iraqi war, because they took our equipment. They took our millions from Saddam Hussein's bank, and they used that. And in the middle of all of that, innocent civilians were killed. You know, it was a free-for-all. You know, neither side cared about the average civilian. Neither side cared about, you know, the sanctity of human life. You know. No matter what.
They're very complex. I guess they're very complex issues. They're not entirely black and white. So they're quite complicated, like everything in the Middle East. So you can. You know,
you know, but tell those dead people it's complicated. Okay.
Oh yeah. I understand. Yeah, I agree with you. I understand.
Refugees running and drowning, you know, and the fact that they can't get in anywhere else, tell them that, and they're running for their lives.
Yeah.
So it's a mess. Okay. I hear what you're saying, but it's a mess. And the people who seem to suffer the most are the everyday people like me. You know, if I was over there, I'd probably be dead by now. You know, I look at it that way, and I look at the cost of human lives, and where is the humanitarianism? You know.
You know, war is never a solution.
You know.
Yeah, war is never a solution, but you know.
It's not.
We have so many problems at the moment, and you know. And now let's hope at least we be able to maintain at least a modicum of freedom of speech, and to at least try to define the problem and to address them and to move forward. Because if you can even talk about the problem, then obviously we are certainly not going to solve them. Yeah.
Well, I believe in taking it one at a time. And the first thing we need to do, and that's what we're doing, is dismantling this targeted individual program. And after we get that dismantled, a lot of dominoes are going to fall, because and what's going to result. And when they find out about this target, it's a lot of information to find out, because we got $11 trillion missing over here. Okay.
Some people say it's 21 trillion, some people say, but some people say that part of the money has been used to build some kind of I mean, I don't want to go into conspiracy theory, but some people think some of the money being used to build some kind of underground facility like tunnels and things. So the moment they start a nuclear war, they know they can be safe, kill all the rest of us. And that's
who started it. But in the same vein, why $21 trillion is missing, we've got a terrible infrastructure. There's people sleeping on the streets. There are people over here in the United States starving. there are people over here without decent medical insurance. And we got $21 trillion that's been spent. That's a lot of medical insurance, and that's a lot of housing, and that's a lot of food.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you know, it's the equivalent of all the I think the all the 21 trillion is the equivalent of all these unbalanced deficit in the federal government. I think we will repay entirely all the current deficit. I think $21 trillion. Yeah.
And as a retired taxpayer, I'm angry. You know, I don't want, you know, I never had a say so not to spend my taxes on bombs. Personally, I'd rather feed the women and children, and I'd rather house the homeless if I had a choice on how my taxes were being spent. I would not be spent on war. It would be spent on trying to give people a quality of life here in the United States.
Yeah. I mean, we for intent and purpose, I mean, the government on both sides of the Atlantic, they operate on the basis of criminality. I think. I mean, it can only be described. You know,
criminal. Somebody go to jail over $21 trillion. There should be a whole lot of people in jail for that misuse.
It seems that increasingly the might is right, and they act with total increasing disregard for international law, all the treaties and covenants they've been signing. They act with total disregard for the U.S. Constitution, for the British law, for common law, for natural law. So they do whatever they want. There've been a number, there've been a number of examples, like they've been, you know, whatever people may think about immigration or deportation or whatever, but there's been an example in this country where the Supreme Court ruled that certain people shouldn't be deported. That the government went on and just deported them regardless. So I mean, so it's increasing the disregard, the contempt for international law, international treaty and covenants, and national law.
And the irony is, this is a country of immigrants. Okay. We were built on immigrants. All the money we made off of different immigrants who came over here. You know, we are a country of immigrants, and we have violated international law. And violated international law not only against them, but against our own American citizens. We have violated international law. The call that you're on now, we are all had our rights violated on a federal level and on an international level, and yet get a voice. You know, just now finding our voice. And there's some people who've been in the TI program for over 30 years, and things are changing little by little. Every time I see an act of freedom, even though I don't like Turkey and what they did, I was glad they spoke out. And every time we see a glint of light, a glint of truth, you know that somehow, somewhere, there's still a higher power that's functioning.
Yeah, I think there's really a big struggle going on at the moment between, you know, you may even say between good and evil. I mean, people who are fighting for freedom of speech, you know, try to disseminate information about what their government they're getting up to. They're fighting for the good. And then they all the people desperately try to control the narrative, to censor people, to silence people, to even in certain occasions when they really feel threatened, to kill people, and then it's starting new war, because a war they're not just destroying the country at the receiving end. You know, the war also destroy in many ways, damage and destroy the country waging the war. So I mean, for the elites, the war is always a very good thing, because they make money out of it, increase their control over the world, increase their control over the local population, help them. So they live off wars, but they prosper out of constantly starting new wars. So that so. Yeah, so I think there's a big struggle between good and evil, and sometimes you see something which give you a bit of hope, but then they see the horrific thing they do to keep control of the population, keep control of different country and nations, and so it's a big struggle. And to be honest, I don't know how it's going to end, because who knows.
I like to think that it is a big struggle. I agree with you. And it almost comes down to be good. It's a type of power that we're fighting about now, where we're going to show a power, compassion, love, and understanding, or we're going to have a power that is cruel, repressive, and murderous. And we're really battling about that. Because in the United States, we got too many veterans coming home from all different wars, and we are not taking care of them. And I don't know how many veterans, 23, depending on the stats, 23 to anywhere to 40 veterans per day are committing suicide.
Yeah, so I heard the story. Like in this country, there is many of them that end up in prison. Many of them end up living in the street. And so they send them out to fight this crazy war, Iraq. Whatever you may think of Iraq, it was not posing any threat to this country or to the United States. I mean, so they send people to fight these crazy wars, and then when they come back, they really treat them like garbage or liabilities, basically. So
exactly. And I, for one, being American, and these are our tomorrows that they sending over there and getting boogered up in these wars, and then sending back home, not taking care of them. Then you see stuff like the Wounded Warrior, which is a good program, but why we have to have the Wounded Warrior when there's $21 trillion missing dollars? Why do they have to beg for treatment? Why do they have to beg for PTSD treatment? Why do they have to beg for their veterans? It's so much going on over here. And this is why I'm anti-war and pro-peace, because the American people, the ones who supplied the foot soldiers, we are the ones suffering. We are,
If you probably, if you go ask the American people, the British people, most people, the overwhelming majority of people, they're against waging new war, they're against austerity, they're against privatization, but they carry on regardless. I mean, they don't care. I mean, what people think today.
Being assigned, and like you said, it's just something so simple that they would go after a man like that. And there's so many things that they need to address while they're worrying about Assange and whether or not he's cleaning the bathroom. The NSA has completely lost its damn mind. They're out of control. And they got to turn these people back in after they created all these supercomputers, and they got information on everybody. They probably listening to this call, but it's about America, and it's about being free. And that's basically when we start, leave Assange alone, leave him over there, leave him alone, stop pressuring him, and start looking at what was said in those leaks, and start addressing the fact that he was talking about war criminal acts that were being performed. And that's what it was, a violation of the Geneva Convention.
Absolutely. I mean,
nobody's gone to jail.
It be rendering us a huge service, but people seem to be completely lost in all the propaganda. Most people seem to be completely lost in all the official narrative, the propaganda, or they can be too concerned about, feeding their family and putting food on the table, which nowadays become difficult enough for people, even in the West, and paying their loans and their student loans and everything.
Hand to mouth, living hand to mouth. And meanwhile, they're giving billions of dollars in foreign aid, and we're over here living hand to mouth.
Mostly they squander a lot of money in this war. I heard that all this war in the Middle East, they probably at least in costing the American taxpayer in the region at least $6-7 trillion. So for what? I mean, fighting country which never pose any threat to the United States in any way, shape, or form. I mean, what is the purpose of that?
Exactly, $7 trillion, and we don't even want to give our own people food stamps.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think it all started when they start moving all the job to Southeast Asia. To be honest, I mean that's when everything started to go wrong, because you can have a balanced economy without having a balanced manufacturing sector. You may remove a large part of the manufacturing sector, then you may try to rebalance the economy in different way. But once it's gone, it's gone. So I mean. I think probably that just came on the back of all the huge protests in the 60s, the 70s. So it may have been even a retaliation against the working class people in the West for being
on the working class people. See, this goes way back to President Eisenhower when he warned us about the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, I know. I mean, to be honest with you, I think President Eisenhower was a bit of, he was also a bit part of the military-industrial complex, but maybe, maybe he started to, towards the end, he started to realize the dangers. Maybe it's because, he didn't let him have his own way in many other things he wanted to do. We don't know exactly the exact story, but one way or the other, when he made his
Eisenhower did, because I was here, okay? And I've been reading about Eisenhower since I was 8 years old. And I realized a lot of things he did wrong. But the one thing he did, I'm specifically talking about America now, that he warned that we had a problem. And that military-industrial complex created the deep state. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
He warned us about it. He realized that it was out of control. And that was his parting words to us. And those words still haunt us to this day. And that was back in 1960. So we're talking 58 years ago. And it came to be true. And now we're trying to figure out how to dismantle this monstrosity we created, and, this are young.
And there is another good one. When at the end of the Church Committee investigation, that Senator Frank Church went on record to say that that was, I think, was 1974. He went on record saying that by they unearthed the old MK Ultra business and stuff. He went on record. He was interviewed. He said. They have the means at the moment, the establishment, the deep state, they have the means of control everybody. This was in 1974. It didn't mean like control everybody through a police state. It means control everybody through mind control, brainwashing, and propaganda. That's what he said at the end of his investigation, basically, which unearthed MK Ultra and other things. He said they have the means to control everybody. It didn't mean through a police state. It means through mind control, propaganda, brainwashing, etc., etc. Yeah, 1974.
Here, I'm aware of this audience you're talking to is very well educated, because out of that Senator Church's committee and hearing, all the CIA did was change their names of the programs, and they continued on. That was 1974. It's 2018, and we're still fighting with them to the point.
Absolutely. It went completely dark, the program. It just carry on. They certainly didn't stop it. It went completely dark, underground.
And now we're trying to bring it to light.
Let's hope so. Let's hope it's going to happen in my lifetime, which I think is probably unlikely. But let's hope so. Yeah.
I want to say that's why you're on here tonight, because we're trying to bring this stuff to light. Because
I do everything I can, but you know, you see there is a lot of indifference, and everyone is concerned about their own life and things. So
in complete control. Let me say this: if they were in complete control, you wouldn't be talking to us tonight.
Oh yes, we have some form of freedom going on. Yeah,
still a glimmer of hope. Okay. Because you're on this call talking to us tonight, that we're having this conversation. So there is a glimmer of hope, and you're talking to people.
They don't have, and don't give them all your power. They don't have no power. The Jesus got all the power. Jesus, they can't raise the dead. God raised Jesus from the dead in 3 days. They cannot do that. God let the blind see. They cannot do that. God let the lame walk. They cannot do that. They have no power. They have technology. God has the power. God breathed word into man, and the man wrote the Bible. God didn't need a pencil or a pen or a marker. So God got all the power. So don't ever forget and give man all your fear and think he got all the power over you when there's someone got more power than them.
And one T.I. said to me, and I laughed, my tears rolled down my face, and she said, I got one word for her. Her name is Lorraine, and she's under siege. I'm under siege. While I'm talking to you, I'm walking around, but you can't hit me with direct energy weapons, okay? Because I'm running my mouth. So I'm paying a cost. You keep talking about, I'm paying a cost to talk to you on this call tonight. Make no mistake that they're beating me up. I got tinnitus going on. And the other lady who's talking, she's got tinnitus going on. They beating on her walls. She's got all kind of medical problems.
And they vibrate in my back and putting pain in my feet. But do you think I care? Because I keep calling on Jesus. Jesus got the healing power. Jesus is the only one going to heal me. These people cannot kill me without Jesus' permission. They can't do nothing without God's permission. They have to go through God to get permission to do anything to us. Okay, so they got technology. They got a weapon. And the Bible said no weapon formed against us shall prosper. He didn't say no weapon except microwave or DEW. He said no weapon formed against us shall prosper. And he said have faith. He said as long as you got the faith of mustard seed of faith. Okay, and he said when 2 or 3 come together, he will be in the midst. So if it's more than 2 or 3 of us on this phone, he is in the midst. No matter how much they try to touch our body. And the pain they give us is artificial pain. That's not natural pain.
Yes.
Well, sometimes it's very difficult to cope with it, but
it's hard to, yes, it is. It's hard to cope with it. But you find your God, and you pray to your God, and you will be all right. I sleep in this house by myself every single night. Every single night, ever since they started on me. They even moved me in here. I found out these people moved me in here because they took a screw to my bed the day I moved in here. And I was wondering why my bed was shaking. Then that dude gonna come back to my house to talk about, oh, I forgot and give you your screw. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is don't let nobody have no power over you more than God. God is a jealous God, and he said worship him and worship him alone.
And this is why we're having this dialogue, because I'm trying to get people who are listening to this call to understand that there is hope, that we are fighting, and we're clawing our way out of this rabbit hole that we're in, and we're clawing our way up, and that there is hope. And yes, the DEW, the direct energy weapons and microwaves are very uncomfortable. The nanoparticles, the poisoning of our food, the break-ins that we sustain is because we believe in the freedom. We believe in the United States Constitution. That's why we're going through this. So there are people out there, and we're going to change this.
I think it's important to, you're right, it's important to remain positive. I mean, but it's also true that sometimes even one single person with really determined to expose something can cause them so much grief, it can cause them so many headaches. I mean, just one single person, if really determined to to expose them. It can cause them so many problems. So the problem is that there are not to be that many people that can be bothered. You see, that's the problem. So it's only a few people that, yeah.
With you, I believe in the power of one. Okay.
Yeah.
Power of one has come over and over, and the power of one, like you said, to change things can change the tide. But in this case, it's the power of many with the TIs. And when we take this down, a lot of other things are going to cease to be a problem, because we're going to dismantle this whole monstrosity and part of this military industrial complex that is eating our young, that is taking our money, that has made us broke. Because we're paying taxes and we're sending billions of dollars out of this country. We don't even have decent bridges and roads, and we can feed our own children. And so many American children go to bed hungry every night. And this is really what this is about. And this is a freedom of the type, the freedom left alone. To leave us alone. And by the way, when we say leave us alone, leave everybody alone. Leave everybody alone.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same with this country. I mean, with austerity, they started particularly after 2010, and you know, there are so many disabled people who died. I mean, they say like they were doing. They started this thing like to get people of disability. They were trying to test people in a very aggressive to see if they were fit to work. That they were sending blind people saying that they were fit to work, and then people with terminal cancer, they were saying they were fit to work. They were conducting this follow-up study like after they started this program, and they found out when there is in the first 9 months. Of these people that were disabled people were sent to undergo this test, and most of them were finding them fit to work. 100,000 plus people died in the 3, 4, 5 weeks after being subjected to this test, being finding fit to work. In certain cases, we know for a fact that some people committed suicide, some people. So we don't know about everyone. Maybe some people died that they would have died anyway. But you know, 100,000 plus people in 9 months. That's quite a lot of disabled people dying. And then after the first 9 months, they completely stopped the study. They just stopped following them up. I mean, it took like 6 or 7 years for them to release these figures, like that 100,000 plus people. The people have been asking for many years, bringing freedom of information requests. It took them 6 or 7 years to release the information that they knew 100,000 plus people died in the following 4 or 5 weeks after being subjected to this test. Yeah.
You understand what I was going to say? I'm a retired social worker. I am well aware of people who were rejected for Social Security, of people who were rejected for food stamps, who people were rejected for public housing, Section 8 housing. I am well aware of how people suffered, you know, and how the money was taken away. I saw the pain in their faces. I've seen people suffer unimaginable. And meanwhile, we're sending billions out this country. But they don't even want to help these people who are in need of help. Everybody out there ain't no fake. I'm well aware of the interviews they were doing when Reagan kicked people off, because I was part of the interviewers that was out there. I went to California, I went to Illinois, and I went to New York, and I was part of the interviewing team. So I'm well aware of a lot of stuff and a lot of wrongs that have been done to the American people by their own people.
Yeah, I mean, in this country now you have like 4 or 5 million people, working family that live in poverty. They're not unemployed family. You have you know, you have 4 or 5 million working family with there is 1 or 2 people working. They're in poverty. They're struggling. They can feed their children. They have to use food banks. In this country, instead of food stamps, we have food banks. And they have to use food banks, So then they squander, you know, a million, billion, trillion on wars and all kind of crazy enterprises, because that's what they are, crazy enterprises. I mean,
Yeah, but I'm gonna stop talking. But the only thing I got a problem because I'm a children's advocate. There's so many children go to bed hungry every night.
Yeah.
And in a rich country, the people wear thousands of dollar outfits to openings and gala this and that. It's a damn shame. And when we turn this around,
If I had the money to do what I wanted, or no, I'd be sitting here watching TV.
Yeah.
Back, relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be standing around talking to myself. That's the damn sure. Just
Yeah.
because I feel like people are listening. And I want to get out. I want my money back. And I'm being tortured. But I love everybody. Just take me down off the GD cross. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoever that is, thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what you know, it's time. Okay. We have suffered enough. You know. And if we stop our suffering, then we'll be able to help the rest of the world as soon as we get them off our backs, you know.
Yeah. Who wants to go to war, like the gentleman says? I mean, I don't. And I don't want that to happen. Who wants that to happen? I certainly don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But no. And I've been saying that since 2010. Yes. Mm-hmm. And people have disagreed with me. My own family members from Indiana, and you'd think they'd know a little bit better. You know, Michael Jackson died right around where they live. But they don't. I guess they didn't. I don't understand. I don't understand how you can call every lawyer and an attorney in the city and nobody responds to your call. Or you're talking with attorneys and they just kind of laugh at you and push it aside. No matter if they belong to your congregation. I don't know. The Catholic Church, I just don't understand it. And you have to go down and prove yourself again and in hell or whatever. Where do you go? What do you do? It's enough being tortured and tormented on a daily basis with your head, your chest, your leg, your behind, your mesh in your hernia, and your eye implant. And, that's a lot to deal with after and moving everywhere. It's a lot. I applaud the older gentleman for helping me out and taking care of me. I absolutely adore him. But there's a few things that need to be taken care of that should have been taken care of here in 2014 at the Cleveland Clinic 10 times. I mean, come on. And they said that would never die. Well, you know what? I think they're looking at it.
Yeah, I think the targeting is a very important the system of social control, because they at some point that they it's probably the third layer of social control, because first they found out that they can really control the entire population by just using the judicial system. And then when they thought the judicial system is this, and they start to label people as mentally ill, that it was the second layer of social control. Okay, there is certain things we cannot, control using just the judicial system. So let's try to label people as insane when they that they are causing trouble. And I think target is the third layer of social control. So even when maybe labeling people like mentally ill is not just enough to maintain social control, let's create a third layer of social control, which is just if subjecting people to all this kind of horrific thing, and then everyone knows is going on, and then people getting afraid that one day they may wake up and it may be happening to them. So I think in a way I think actually targeting is very important because you will find very difficult to get anyone, a politician or people in the media or even alternative media to acknowledge that this thing is going on. But then they know it's going on anyway. But I think it play a very important role in social control because when it's like they did in the old Soviet Union to control people, like sending people to psychiatric hospital. That is the second layer of social control. And then you have the third layer of social control, which is targeting. So even when everything else fails to control the population, that then you start targeting them, and then all the people around them see what's happening to them. They get afraid it may one day happen to them. So it's a very fundamental, important system of social control, I believe.
What's the first one?
Well, the first one is the judicial system, which often is used in a very twisted way and self-serving way by the establishment to basically to control working people, to control poor people, but then obviously it was not enough because it doesn't cover enough ground, so that they obviously tend to away at these for the last 200 years. You can send people to psychiatric hospital. If you can target them with the judicial system, you can at least send them to psychiatric hospital and question their sanity. But even that was probably not enough for them, so they had to invent this third layer of social control, targeting, which is even worse. So if we can control you with all other means, we can at least start targeting you and set an example of you. So all the people around will see what's happening to you, and they get maybe afraid that one day they may wake up and it may start happening to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I can't. It's hard for me to think, wow, that had to happen. I had that happen to me, and I was in Western Psych, and for a couple of years, and I can't believe it was actually the judicial system. I mean, I've lived in this city since I was 6 or 7 years old. I mean, they knew me out where I lived and what I did and who I spoke with. I might have been a little obnoxious on the phone to a couple boyfriends, and I was, but I didn't start really talking to myself or saying, "Ow, this really, really hurts," until after I left, and it was in 2010. And I'm pretty much walking around still doing the same thing. And I just, when I go away, I would be so happy and fun and able to pretty much take in what was the gift of travel and become more knowledgeable about everything I was learning. And I did that, and I think I kind of proved that, but I have a hard time. I guess people's eyes kind of open only after you're married. The judicial system. I don't know. And I tried to leave many a time, and my vehicle was ran into, and all these other things that happened. And it's just, I don't know where to go. I mean, I'm ready. I want to get out. I want to make peace. Want to have dinner?
Yeah, I'm starved.
Yeah, me too.
Paolo wants breakfast.
Yes, it's like 5 o'clock in London. Yeah, 5 a.m.
Yeah.
5 a.m. in London.
Yeah, it's 12:09 here, and
it's a bit late, I guess.
Yeah.
maybe time to winding up, at least for myself. And yeah.
Okay. Hey, I wanted to personally thank you very much for taking the time to especially at that late hour. You started at 2:30, I think. And thank you very much for coming on the show.
No, it's been a pleasure to exchange ideas and exchange ideas. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Laura's going to bother you with email, and I'm
All
going
right.
to
That's fine.
bother you with email, and
Okay.
we'll see if we can find some other TIs that want to continue to do the buddy list thing, and we'll make some strong ties.
Yeah. All right then, guys. Speak to you later, and hopefully soon. And let's stay in touch.
Godspeed, Paolo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for everyone taking part and listening. And all the best. And all the best. And speak to you later.
Good night, Paolo.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye now.
Frank, where is he from?
Hey, how you doing? We're still here. Somebody is. Okay, that's caller 54. Can you fix that?
Where is he from, Frank?
The UK.
Okay.
Yeah, he's from London, to be more exact. And he protests at British Parliament. He protests at 10 Downing Street. And he really kicks butt over there. And he's probably one of the first and foremost leaders over there that is working for us. So it's my idea to start a buddy list with England. We'll each pick someone we want to stay in touch with and continue to write back and forth until we have a following together over there. And then we'll have more and more UK people here. And we'll scratch out the 3,000 miles between us and the UK. See, that way we know what's going on everywhere. We won't be in the dark about anything. If something new comes out, then we'll try it with another country and another country until we're all connected. We have to be networked in order for us to get anywhere.
Okay.
Because if we have the power from the UK, it makes us all that much more prepared to go to the World Court. Because if we end up in a position where the United States courts will not satisfy us, we will end up in the World Court. They have already tried TI cases in the World Court. They've been trying them for years. Okay, caller 62, you got your mic popped. It opens even at the slate sound. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. So, I just wanted to mention, Laura has an after call. And
is she still on?
Yep, it's 641 715 0872, and the code is 198 158. And you can't go there with a computer, I don't believe. You might be able to, but I'm not sure. It's actually a free conference call, but it's not the one you're used to. It's called Free Conference Call HD. So it's just made for VoIP. So again, it's 641 715 0872, and the code is 198 158. And that's it. It's really easy to get on. So you write that down, and when we close up this call, you can run over there. Well, I think it was very educational to find out how they do things over there a little bit, and their concern for Assange And rightfully so. He's brought a lot of information to light. And what he did was the United States at that particular time thought that the old cable system was so low tech that nobody would think that they were using it. So what Assange did is he learned this and apparently tapped the cable system, and that's how he gained all the information to open WikiLeaks, I guess. But that's what I read.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
then we have Mr. Snowden, and he did it another way. He tapped right into a mainframe and just downloaded everything that he could. But they did this because what they were hearing and seeing was wrong. So they felt justified in doing this, and therefore they seem justified to me. And I'll say that straight out. They're both heroes, I think.
Yes.
Now, we just had a call 3,000 miles to the UK, so you can bet your booties that MI5 and MI6 were listening and probably still are listening. You hear Dr. Horton talk about MI5 and MI6 all the time.
Oh, wow.
She has a brand new video out. It just came out, and she had a problem with it, and I guess she's got to re-upload it, and then it'll be good to go. I put it in the newsletter not knowing that it didn't work. Go ahead, speak up. Yeah, go ahead. Is that ABC? Okay, well, it's so faint that I'm not picking her up, so you'll have to speak up if you want to join in the call.
I'm speaking up.
Okay. Is that Angie again?
It is.
You poor thing. How you
I
feeling?
don't know what else to do. I'm. Oh, I got the nano. You know, I had the nanotechnology going on and off tonight in the head, and I took the dog for a walk, and I came back in, and it started again as soon as the gentleman that was on the call hung up. It started again in my head, and then I called you, and it went down. Now it's gone, but it's so. I mean, it's so strange. It can come on like that and then just leave.
What is it doing?
Really bad pain.
Pinpoint?
It goes into my head. It's like a burning, stinging into my head, and my head starts kind of. It's like my skull and my brain are colliding, and it's like in the microwave oven, and it cooks up really slow, and then it gets even worse. But then it goes down my spine into my breast and down my legs, and I've been doing this for 10 years.
10 years, Ange?
10 years, Frank.
God.
Mr. Allen. Since 2010, I was screaming over in Spar Street. I was on the second floor, and there was a girl from Italy and her boyfriend from Kansas City that lived downstairs in Saturn. And then she was really cute, and she worked over at Children's Hospital, and I was upstairs, and at 6 a.m. one day when my ex-husband came and left the table in the upper apartment and left on a Sunday at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock that night, it felt like there was a just a switch that went off in my body. And I had this pain coming every which direction. And it was like these blows of wormy worms freaking going through my ears, up my brain, and cracking it. And I could hear it cracking. And I'm standing there. And I'm like, oh. And then there was this very, 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 very loud tinnitus that was really, really pretty unbelievable. And that night, and I'm kind of like, oh my goodness. And that night there were it sounded like 20 to 100 helicopters over me, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And so I went back to the doctor that did the surgery on me, and I said, goodness, I don't know, I'm in so much pain. And he called in his nurse, and they just kind of stood there, and he looked at me as he looked at my chest, and he said, yeah, well, there's red satellites following you in your head, and just go out and get a job. So I left because I, got fired from the pharmaceutical company for interfering with a fire drill. So I left and drove back to my place, and every day I tried to go out. My relatives would call me and go for a walk. It's 6 o'clock. So I'd get up and I'd go for a walk, and and it's been going on, and I had no reprieve. I called every lawyer in the city. I was downtown, bawled my eyes out at the common plea. No longer there. All these places are no longer there. Disco, dancing places, no longer there. I did the research. I did a whole document that I sent into the Supreme Court while my friends were out playing in Greece. And I was really targeted then. I never wanted to be a whistleblower. I just wanted to be I loved my friends that I was friends with in the North Side. And, I didn't even get to go to a good friend of mine's funeral because I went to a meeting in Columbus. And you know what? I regret that. Just calling them in Columbus and saying, you know what? I can't make it today. I have a funeral to go to. Because everybody else was allowed to do that but me.
Good for you. Yeah, it's.
And I know I'm working for the state. Let's increase the turnpike tolls. That ought to do it. Give more in the collection basket. I mean, come on. $21 trillion? And you can't,
Can I ask you a question, Ann?
Sure.
Are these headaches pinpoint headaches, or are they broad headaches?
Well, when I start to talk, my nose starts to run, and I wasn't really sure what was causing that, and I think that was it. I don't know, but my nose runs all the time, and I have it's not pinpointed. It's pretty broad. It's all over the head. It's like a scalp, like an Indian scalp, like whoa.
Okay. And it's throbbing or constant?
Once it comes on, it can be throbbing. It would go into my ears, like up, and I could hear the blood, boom, 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 going up into my head. Quite often, actually, more than anybody needs to have that happen. That's for sure. And I would stand on my head and try to do stuff like that. But
you've had all both carotid arteries checked, and flow up to your brain is very good?
I guess so. I've had my blood pressure checked, and it would be pretty tight. But I've always had low blood pressure. You know, thank God, I've never had high blood pressure.
Like 110 over 68, something like that?
Yeah. Maybe even
Okay.
lower. Well, yeah. But it's a broad pin needle kind of thing. It's just like it's, and I can't remember stuff. That is the hardest part. I mean, my short-term memory, and then all the tricks that they do with the computer. I was on the computer last week, and like the gentleman from London said, from 9 to 5, I could not communicate. Even downloading a scan was really almost impossible. I mean, come on. What's it take? You plug in the scan, you put it in the back of your phone or whatever you're using, you let it scan through and you push print or whatever. I mean, you know, how hard can that be? But, and I could scan before. I had my little...
Hey, whoa.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was trying to do something at the same time, and it almost spilled, and I said, whoa. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I don't even know. And
Yeah.
so I'm completely fed up with computers, which you love them. I love them. I mean, at the same time, who knows, I might be dead. In Google and all that stuff, but I'm in my 50s, and the chickenpox hit me hard when I was 6 years old. I mean, I still remember that pain. I remember specific times with that pain. And now, you know, I've been tortured my whole life here. And this 10 years has been torture, pure and simple. That's no exaggeration. I swear to you on that. Slow torture. Anytime I would come up here to take a rest or walk in, immediately that torture would start, no matter where I lived. On Federal Street, it was unreal. I mean, and in Spar Street, 5977 Alder was no picnic. And, you know, I've been back to 33 Fairfield Court twice. You know, what do you guys want from me? If you want to take a kidney, and one of my doctors said, you know, for Abbott to forgive you, you're going to have to give him a kidney. I mean, I'll give up a kidney. I don't think any of my kidneys are probably functioning right now that great. They're probably all swelled up.
It's funny you should say that. That's another angle. That's another angle that's been brought up, or like organ theft, like that movie from I think the '80s, Coma.
Mhm.
Yeah, but there's not enough of it to prove it.
Probably. Look in the barcode.
Yeah, looking crazeless for a new heart.
Yeah.
No, I know how you feel. I'm just trying to think of a way that you can relieve that.
Actually, talking to you right now is helping. That's why, you know, there are a million things I need to be kind of doing to get ready to go.
Yeah.
Because I guess tomorrow I'm leaving. But,
you are? Where are you going?
I don't know. I don't know. How
You
about
don't
that?
know.
I'm leaving, and I don't know where I'm going.
Well, sometimes
I'm
that's
thinking
good,
about.
but just let somebody know where you're going so that we know where you're going. Figure that one out. Uh, Take your hands and gently come up the sides of your neck to the bone right behind your ears, and gently, just barely touching the skin, rub them up and down really slow, and then lay yourself down on the pillow, and then go up your temples with 3 fingers and hold the 3 fingers for probably about a minute or two. Then put your whole hand on the side of your head, on each side, and see if that helps. And if that doesn't, I'll give you the rest of the um, treatment. Did you get that, Ange?
I think so.
Okay.
You go into your back of your spine,
Yeah,
and then
no, right up behind your ears, the bone, the lower bone of your skull, and just rub it
yeah.
up and down, really slow. Then come down and put 3 fingers on your temple. And if you want, you can surround your ear and like put your thumb around your ear back up onto that bone again, and just leave it there.
What bone?
Just put your hand, 3 fingers on your temple, and come around behind your ear and touch the lower part of your skull. So it's really easy to do.
I can't really reach that far, but okay.
Yeah, you can. It's right under where you hang your earrings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the lower part of your skull right there, and then put 3 fingers across your temple.
Yeah.
Should help.
I mean,
You should be lying down, though. Lying down. And,
okay.
yeah, and if you want, I'll walk you through some more stuff.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do manually to try and get rid of that. And we'll try and do that.
I love to get massages. I mean, who doesn't, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't get them anymore. I don't even go to the museum or relax or do something fun every day.
Yeah.
I like to walk.
Well, you should have something to look forward to every day.
Absolutely.
Dr. Leibovitz said, but I looked forward. I was swimming. I really liked that. I was like, oh gosh, this is great. And I went to the pool and I was, but they said I had to work at the Y instead. So, I went there and did my thing, and then I just froze up because my brain just. There were times where I would freeze and I couldn't remember anything, and that really scared me. It scared me enough, and the pain scared me enough not to go anymore. And I was living kind of far away, and who wants to go to work in a bunch of pain when everybody's ganging up on you? No matter if it's a Dairy Queen or a pharmaceutical company. And I don't want to be any lab rat. Who does? And I can't believe I was tested for a vaccination when I was down in Myrtle Beach. Then I came back with the freaking shingles. And, you know, fly me down there, give me a test, see if it works out for you guys here. When am I going to get my money back? I love everyone, but there's a certain amount. I'm living on $300. I'm not allowed to talk about it. And there's 21 trillion?
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you. Yay.
That really, I can tell that it's really hurting you. Do you have anything you can take that'll knock you out and put you to sleep?
Yeah, I do.
That's what you should do.
Yeah.
Try what I said, and then just knock yourself right out if you can. Don't overdo it.
Yeah, well, I don't want to knock myself out.
Well, I meant that in, you know, just like Trazodone or something like that, just to get you to sleep so that you won't, because the more sleep you lose, the more vulnerable you become. Trust me, I just went through it.
I'll tell you a sure way. I'll tell you a sure way to get you some sleep if you want some.
Okay.
Find you a horse pasture and try to bite one of them on the back leg.
I think that might.
Yep. That'll put you right to sleep.
I bet.
You know, my ex-wife's first husband got kicked in the head by a horse when he was a kid, and he was looped ever since then. Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Did you see the commercial with the little puppy walking the horse?
No, I didn't. It's probably pretty cool though.
Yeah.
Just kidding, guys. Don't be trying to bite any horses on the back legs.
No, that's not a good idea. You're gonna have
I
two.
don't know. Good thing you said that, or I might have tried it.
But now, one good thing about it, if you do that and you do end up with a permanent situation, they'll have to give you a check.
I guess so, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if that don't work, I've got a aluminum ball bat that's really.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm in one of those moods, I guess.
Okay.
Were you here for Paolo?
No, I didn't. I just got on. I got rain here in North Carolina, and when it rains, I get a little peace because, well, anyway, when it rains, I get a little bit of peace. So I've been counting, see how many cracks I had in my eyelids, and so far, so good.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang in there, Richard. All of you. Hi, it's Vanetta again. I'm back. And hang in there. All of you TIs out there on this call. Hang in there because we are winning. Yes, you're welcome. And we are going to win this. Just hang on because it's going to happen. And it will start happening soon. And from now on, I'm Ms. V. V for victory and V for peace.
Miss V, you got it.
That's right, Ms. V. MZ, Ms. V. Because it's about peace. Because the money we spend on war, we need to spend it on as much money on peace. And like that man said earlier, we should not be celebrating World War I. We should be sitting there crying because too many people died, and say, let there be no more wars. So I'm about peace, and I'm about victory for the TIs, so we can have some peace and we can turn this crap around. And I don't have to listen to my brothers and sisters TIs suffer no more.
Amen. Amen.
Okay, that's all. I'm gone. Bye.
Amen.
No, you're not
Do you
going.
come and visit me?
Peace out.
You're
I
very
love
cute.
you. Many blessings, much love. Good night.
Hey, good night,
Night.
Miss V.
Where are you at, military young lady that was talking? Where?
I am right now in the moment in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
You know where that is, I'm sure.
Okay.
Maybe. Yep. And where are you? You're in North Carolina?
North Carolina, yeah,
I'm
right down
sorry,
95 a little ways. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Got a lot of family in PA around Allentown, Slatington, over that way.
yeah. Yeah, I was up there a little bit, visiting, but not for very long. I just stayed for about 2 or 3 days and came back. It was nice. I just wish I could have stayed longer, but so it's raining.
Yeah.
Get some peace. That's good.
I was listening to your story, and I was actually being a little bit sarcastic when I said Happy Veterans Day. Yeah.
I love that. No, that was good. It made me smile. And thank you so much. You don't know. I mean, you probably saved my life. You probably did.
Oh, yeah.
I was always a big fan of yours, always. But
Well, if you get back,
go ahead.
if you get back North Carolina way, holler at us, look us up.
I will.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm,
I'll try not to, you're going to have to look me up probably.
Yeah. Well, I'm ex-military.
Down there.
Yeah.
You
Well,
are?
I'm ex-military too, so I can identify with the guinea pig thing and the treatment thing, and yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's damn sick of it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mostly sick of hearing stories about that ER. Glad you're with us, Frank.
Yes, sir. I am surely happy to be. Yeah, I got perked to the point where your anxiety level goes up, everything goes up, and doesn't come down, and then you start getting. Well, I was tired. It was my own fault because I was tired. I was trying to work and get like things together, like for this show and Friday show and everything, and the hours just click by, and you don't even realize it. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh,
All of a sudden you look and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, you get a few hours sleep and start hammering at it again. And then you're severely into a sleep deficit, and then you're in trouble. Then you're vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, they double dosed me when they got me awake. They deprive me and work on me, and then when I can't take any more and I literally am ready to fall out or pass out or be put out, whichever you choose, and then I go out, they come and do. Apparently there's some things they can do while I'm awake, but not when I'm asleep, and vice versa. There's some things they can do while I'm asleep that they can't do while I'm awake. And they do me at both times. Then they'll wake me up in an hour and a half to 2 hours and I'll be sitting there like I'm wide awake for the first 15, 20 minutes, you know. And then all of a sudden, I'm dead tired again, like I really didn't get any, which I probably didn't get any sleep. So then I'm right back at deprived. And that's a 24-hour deal for me. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. I kind of feel that too.
Sound familiar, huh?
Yes, it does.
It's one big pain in the butt that everybody's sick of, and it's how many people here think they can trade email addresses with somebody in the UK and start writing, you know, just casual stuff, you know, say what's happening, you know, and just gradually we'll have like 100 people in the UK that we're, you know, speaking to every couple of days, at least by email. And before you know it, we'll have a team over there too that we can identify with. And when you go to court, you'll not only have friends in the United States, you'll have friends in the UK. And when you have a friend in the UK, he's a friend for life, or she's a friend for life, because that's the way they are. They'll never bite you. Good people. Oops.
Well, that's a wonderful idea.
Yep. Well, I was thinking about Paolo, and I thought to myself, well, Jesus, you know, we're making a few links here and there. We got Richard Peel, we got Paolo, and so I thought I would try and build some group strength over there. Imagine if we had 100 people. Well, here's 100 more over in the UK. You know, why don't you talk to them too? You know, so I like it because not only was he in the UK, but once you go across the ocean with a call like this, everybody's on it listening, you know? So,
oh yeah,
I want him to listen to that call because, you know, we were talking about Julian Assange. We were talking about all kinds of stuff. Just stuff in the news that everybody else hears. No secrets. But what I did say is I thought Julian Assange and Edward Snowden were heroes, and I'll say that right to their face, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And what did Snowden say? Anytime the government or someone keeps a secret and it's hurting everybody, it's not going to be a secret anymore, or words to that effect. And, you know, it's time to be done with that. And we're doing well.
Well, I knew the very minute that Snowden took off and went to Russia that he was the very opposite of a traitor, that he was a hero because he had something very important to say.
Yep. I knew it. He went to, where was it? He went to New Hampshire, I think, and then Canada, or it might have been Canada all the way. But his parents were bringing him up money and food and stuff, and the FBI finally cracked down on his mom and dad. Then he just split because they gave him enough money to get the hell out of there. Thank God. Yeah. Wow. So, you know.
Now, there's a story I would be interested in hearing how and what his mom and dad went through.
I think they probably went, or according to what I read, they went through hell because it's actually aiding and abetting. And
of course.
I don't know how.
Even if you're not convicted of anything, yeah.
But maybe it isn't if it's family or your son. So I think they let him off the hook.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard anything about it.
Well, he wasn't charged with anything. He wasn't. At that time, I don't think he was charged with anything. I think they knew what he had, or had an idea of what he had.
Well, he was the best with computers. He was the best they had. He could do things that no one else could do. He could fix things that no one else could fix in a computer. And while he was doing all this stuff and writing all these fantastic programs, he started seeing all of this information that shouldn't be there. And that's when he finally said, the hell with it. And he started, taking it. And we have another gentleman who passed away, I think last year, who was doing actually the same thing. And he was another hero that I have to actually come up with his name. But he was doing the exact same thing.
Gathering information.
Yep, some years earlier. And he just died. He was a very young man, and he died mysteriously. Linda C. knows all about him. She's not on the call anymore. But he died mysteriously, and I don't know what they came up with for a cause, but the cause was government.
Yeah.
Near as I can make out.
Cause and symptom. Yeah. I remember hearing the story. Yeah, some of it. You had said something when I came on the call about Paula.
Yeah.
Was Paula okay?
Yeah. Paul's okay.
Okay. I know she's been having trouble with her voice.
Oh, yeah, she did. She had a really bad time with her voice. I think that was last Wednesday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, glands are all swollen. Kind of hoarse. Yeah.
So your granddad?
My granddad. Your granddad?
No, I thought you were saying something about your granddad.
No, you mean Bud? Yeah, that was a while ago. Oh. You're just funny. I wish I would have gone to work for you. But I don't know at this point. Oh.
Do you think that 5G is causing more problems with more TIs? Is that?
I don't.
You guys think that? What's going on?
It's not rolled out everywhere, so I
Well,
really.
it is here. They sent it up at my house.
Yeah. Oh, they did, huh?
Yeah. I found out because there's a contract out there removing the old cable, and I was like, "What's going on?" Yeah, he was like, "We putting up, taking out the old wires and putting up Verizon. They bought Comcast. I think one cable company. I can't remember what company it was. He said Verizon took over, and they putting out
Cox,
5G.
was it? Wasn't Cox, was it?
No, it wasn't Cox.
Cox is bigger.
He said they're rolling out 5G for people to purchase it, but it's going to be hooked up on our lines.
I see.
I said, oh, okay. He said we're removing all the old wire, the old cable, and they putting in the new. So I was out taking pictures and everything of them, doing all this stuff.
You know what you want to do? Get a meter. And this is the other Kevin, right?
Yeah, Florida.
Yep. Kevin, Florida, yeah. Get a meter and see if you can take measurements of some of the stuff that's coming off of those things. There should be one on every other pole, something like that, because they're millimeter waves and they can't travel very far.
Yeah, they bounce. Yeah.
Yeah, they just fall out of the transmitter. If they can't get to another transmitter to be revamped, that's the end of them right there.
Yeah.
So if you want to kill the whole thing, just knock down a couple poles and you're all done. You're all done.
It's right in front of my house, though. Like,
it's not gonna be healthy for anybody because
I know.
It's not really 5G. It's like, I forget how many times it is. It has to do, I think, with the number of the transponders that they put everywhere. But it turns into like something like 100 times that. But there's a guy in Australia, I think I told you about it. He set the stuff up for a living. And he started looking at the plans and looking at the electrical diagrams and what it was going to do. And he had a friend that had a tank from World War II. And he took that tank and he knocked down $6 million worth of bullshit 5G equipment. So they put him in jail for, I forget how many days, I don't know, 120 days.
There was a guy that dressed up a bulldozer. He put a bunch of metal paneling all around.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
What did he do? What did he do that for?
He just went to tearing up the whole daggone town, but it had to do with the government and stuff that was going on. He knew the cops were going to come after him, so he put some paneling on the bulldozer. They finally blew out the radiator. They finally shot it enough times that it. But that's what it was about. It was about water, air, cost of living, just the whole thing. Yeah. He had some run-ins, and I was trying to make a statement. You know how they do sometimes, right?
Oh yeah. Yep. Make a statement.
But wouldn't it be Verizon instead of a contractor, like some contractor truck?
No, they have subs. They have subcontractors that do a lot of stuff because they don't have to pay their Verizon workers. Instead, they just pay the Verizon workers to maintain it.
Well, on top of that, they don't have to go along with their standard procedure of contacting people and all this stuff. It's just like with the smart meters. When they did the smart meters, it wasn't the light companies. They hired subcontractors to go out, did not even knock on people's doors or anything. They just went on up and changed the meter.
Yeah, a lot of people caught them doing that, and they told them, hey, get that off the property.
I did too, yeah.
And one guy said, yeah, just get it off the property. And he said, well, you're not going to have any electricity. And he said, okay, we won't have any electricity. And he fought with them and fought with them and fought with them. And he put the meter box all the way down near the street. And they buried the cable all the way up to his house. And he finally had clean electricity. But he still had a regular meter put back in, no smart meter. But imagine having the meter down by the street. He did it.
Yeah, that'd be tough. Yeah.
That was 2 or 3 years ago now. That guy was on, I think, Derek's show, and he was talking. That's all he talked about was smart meters.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Well, I just simply told the guy to get out of the yard. He was trespassing. He said, well, that's my meter. I said, that's your meter? And he said, yeah, it belongs to the light company. I said, but you don't work for the light company. it was some kind of
Doodle
name of the company.
contractors. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a contractor. The name of it was Secure Team. And I'm like, well, you don't work for the light company, so that's not your meter either. And he said, well, I got a right to. I said, not in my yard, you don't. And I said, I've asked you one time to leave. If you don't leave, I'm calling the cops. Well, you don't understand. I can do what I want to with that meter. I said, well, not in my yard, you can't.
Well, this is the way I look at that. If you can snatch a motor out of a car and change it and put another one in without using a hoist, I don't think I'd mess with you like that.
He got in the truck and left. He got in the truck and left, Frank. Yeah. He actually called one of his superiors, and his superior showed up, and it didn't take me but about 5 minutes to convince him he was messing with the wrong old guy too. So
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to have to call it an end here, but I do have, Laura has an after call, okay? And no rush now, no rush. It's 641-715-0872, and the code is 198158. Want me to repeat that again, guys?
I already got it. Thanks, Frank.
Okay, well, I'll repeat it again in case somebody missed it. Okay, the phone number is 641-715-0872. The code is 198158. And she's probably going to have my butt just because she starts at 12 o'clock. But
and you done went over.
Yeah, we went over a little bit, but she's really nice, and she's it's a good call, good clean call.
It is.
You'll like it.
It is a good call. Yeah, I've been on once or twice.
All righty. Well.
All right, Frank. You take care.
All right.
God bless.
Thanks, Frank.
God bless TIs everywhere. Good night,
Bye-bye.
Angela. I'll be talking to you. Good night.
Hey, thanks for the call, Frank. And can you do me a favor and check out them couple of links that I put on the targeted mass?
I sure will.
Because it might be interesting. Also, I forgot to mention, I think that the Morgellons thing and the pyrons and all that, it goes along with also the mad cow disease that they had over in Europe a while back.
All right.
And it's all connected.
Will do.
Might be interesting rabbit hole to check out,
All righty. I'll have a look at it.
Okay, thanks. And thanks for the call.
Thank you. You guys make the call. Good night.
All right.
Over 415 calls, huh?